never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Say welcome in. Happy New Year. I know it's all over it. Well, we're working our way into the third day of January. Trust you had a great New Year's weekend. There's another in the books. The 2022 officially here. Yeah, and I noticed old man Winter decided to really start rearing his ugly head to ring in the new year, to where we're actually looking at some winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings deep into the southeastern portions of the country. Same areas that were impacted by heavy-duty thunderstorms, severe weather, some tornadoes, to ring in the new year. This is another storm system that's going to be sneaking its way up the eastern seaboard with winter storm warnings right up through the Smokies, all along eastern Tennessee, western North Carolina. Winter storm warnings for about the northern two-thirds of Virginia. Yeah, much of Virginia, southern portions of West Virginia. You're going to get a taste of old man winter all the way up into our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., Baltimore, on up into Delaware and southern New Jersey. And look at the cold air that's been sweeping deep into the southern tier of the country. I mean, we've got hard freeze warnings well into southern Texas. Freeze warnings actually all nearly down to Brownsville, Texas. This is kind of reminiscent of the winter back, was it February of 21, where we saw freezing temperatures deep into Texas. Houston is under a freeze warning. Areas, you get not too far north, the county north of Houston. Places like from Bryan to Lufkin, Texas, under hard freeze warnings tonight. Lake Charles, Louisiana, freeze warnings in place. So the cold air deep into the southern tier of the country. Along the eastern side of our storm system, we are still contending with some stronger storms. You have not seen any tornado warnings, although there is still a tornado watch, which will run till 3 a.m. Eastern time for some of the areas over in eastern portions of, it's through the Big Bend area, Florida, up through southeastern Georgia, and the southernmost reaches of South Carolina. Again, tornado watches in place there. Have not seen any tornado warnings since late afternoon. Like 4 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern time was the last tornado warning. We have still seen some severe thunderstorm warnings being spawned with these showers and thunderstorms, some 60-mile-per-hour straight-line winds. And again, don't forget, we still have the tornado watch until 3 a.m. Eastern time. Meanwhile, you get to the backside, the western flank of this storm, and that's where we're seeing the transition from rain to snow. And we've got some pretty good snow falling tonight, stretching from Nashville, Tennessee to McMinnville. Looks like you've made that transition over in Crossville, Tennessee. Rain falling from Columbia to Lawrenceburg down into Ardmore. Did I say rain? It's snow. Yes, snow all along I-24 there in southern Tennessee. Snow's all the way down deep into Alabama. If you could imagine, there are a few flakes falling as far south as nearly, I'm looking at Selma, Alabama. A little bit of snow. It's off to the east side of Selma now. Should be pulling out to the northeast. But again, from Tuscaloosa to Berry on up into Russellville and Florence, Alabama, there are winter storm warnings there in parts of northern Alabama. That would be like the Ardmore area. There's a little zone in between northern Alabama and north central Georgia that are going to experience a bit of a longer transition time from the rain to snow, which is leading to lower snowfall amounts. Now, in the deep south, you get winter storm warnings for a mere 2 to 3 inches of snow. In most elsewhere around the country, the Midwest, the Great Lakes, it would probably just be a winter weather advisory. But winter storm warnings there from Huntsville, Alabama. Winter weather advisories are in place there for places like Chattanooga, Dalton, down into Rome, Georgia. It's back to winter storm warnings then when you get up into northeastern portions of Georgia. Just how much snow they talking about there? I mentioned Chattanooga to Dalton to Rome, down into Gadsden, Alabama. Let's just kind of pop up a couple of advisories there. Now they're saying 1 to 3 inches with locally higher amounts up to maybe 4 inches with winds gusting to 35 miles per hour. So this is through the overnight hours. That transition is going to be taking place. Winter weather advisories in place till 8 a.m. Monday morning. There's probably going to be a lot of schools that are going to get an extra day for their New Year's weekend there in the deep south because, if they get an inch of snow, that's enough to shut things down. And you got to remember, there's a lot of hills and elevation changes and mountains there, and they don't really have the equipment to take care of that. So just a heads up in the southeast. Heading back to work or heading back to school Monday morning, they're calling this kind of a sneaky storm. Sneaking from the southern USA, going to swing northward, and it's going to be strengthening overnight. Strengthening enough to blast part of the mid-Atlantic region. You're going to be talking a dose of heavy snow as dramatically colder air sweeps in. While the exact track and strength of the storm continues to change by the hour, the ingredients are in place for the mid-Atlantic to have snowfall at a heavy rate where we could be talking 1 to 3 inches per hour for a time today. Still some questions as to how far north the northern extent of the heavy snow is going to end up. AccuWeather says it may be hard to believe that any snow's on the way given the warmth and the lack of wintry weather we've seen so far this season. The situation is going to be very different this Monday morning. I mean, over the weekend, the New Year's, even though much of the New Year's holiday weekend felt like springtime, where you were contending with highs in the 50s and 60s, the atmosphere is changing gears quickly and going to slash temperatures 30 to 40 degrees in a matter of hours overnight tonight into your Monday morning. The storm setup's going to be a game of miles. Should the storm shift its track several dozen miles further north, then Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Richmond, Virginia may not be the only major cities along the I-95 to receive heavy snow. Flakes could fall fast and furious enough to bring several inches to part of the zone from Philadelphia to New York City. This storm is getting underway, starting as rain Sunday night over the lower part of the mid-Atlantic as that colder air is filtering in. As the storm strengthens, the precipitation moves northward into progressively colder and colder air. You see that rain changing over to snow in Baltimore and Washington, D.C. Again, snow may begin to fall in Philadelphia. How far north or south the storm track? That's the key for the heavy snow versus maybe just some flurries or maybe even nothing at all. They're saying a distance of 30 miles could be the dividing line for all three zones with this storm. And that means that friends or family or a home or business a short distance away may have vastly different weather conditions later this morning. In the core of the heavy snow, there is the potential for 6 to 12 inches and locally higher amounts to pile up. At this point in time, the heavy amount of snow is most likely from parts of eastern Virginia to the eastern shore of Maryland, much of Delaware, and southern New Jersey. Philadelphia, you're going to be on the northwestern edge of the heavy versus the light snow with this storm, and a gradation from southeast to northwest, likely with the heaviest snow several inches or more in the neighboring New Jersey communities. New York City, you're also going to be on the northern edge of this storm. Little to no accumulation over the northwest suburbs. You could see some moderate to heavy snow in central New Jersey and parts of Long Island. As we said, a shift in a track by just a few dozen miles could then bring some heavy snow into the heart of both of those cities. All right, the storm responsible for this swath of snow for thousands of miles in the southwest and central states earlier this weekend is going to be strong enough to bring cold air into the central and southern Appalachians, as well as the northeast early this week. The problem is the jet stream is going to be remaining in a southwest to northeast configuration and allowing a storm from the south to ride northeastward as that cold air is taking root. Instead of snow falling for a few hours and bringing a light to moderate accumulation to the southern Appalachians and southern Virginia, which was anticipated on Saturday, the storm will now have a pathway to move further to the north. Another challenge for the forecasters has been the amount of snow that accumulates on road surfaces, since the roads have absorbed some of those 50 and 60 degree temperatures, the warmth in recent days. Much of the snow, especially early on, is going to melt as it falls. But with the rate of snow becoming heavy enough, it's going to overcome the warm road surface temperatures and quickly cause them to cool. In this case, roads may transition from wet to slushy to snow-covered in a matter of an hour or so. You could see a major difference. People on the roads today could be caught in a situation with the potential for some major travel slowdowns. Expect some major travel problems to develop and spread northward on Monday in the mid-Atlantic region, with slow travel on the roads and an escalation in airline delays and flight cancellations as a result of direct or indirect impacts from this storm from Washington, D.C. to Philadelphia New York City, even Boston, and of course then ripple effects days from this storm and the massive system that hit the plains and the Midwest over the weekend are going to continue as well. I mean, I know earlier in the day, Sunday, there was already, by midday, there were, I believe, 2,700 flight cancellations. It's been kind of an air travel weekend from hell for many New Year's revelers out there trying to get to and from their various destinations. Meanwhile, much of the Pacific Northwest, you've been dealing with relentless cold and several helpings of snow since Christmas. That cold air stuck around to ring in the new year. Forecasters say there's a reprieve from the snow on the way. Question is, how long is it going to last? Seattle, Washington, and Portland, Oregon have both received snow every day from December 26th to New Year's Eve. They've really been picking up some pretty decent amounts, 9.2 inches for Seattle, well above the average there. There was a warm front that began moving ashore Sunday, reintroducing the likelihood of precipitation. But since somewhat warmer air will accompany this system, snow levels are going to begin to rise, meaning since somewhat warmer air will be in place, rain will probably be in store from Seattle and Portland and may reach up to about the 2,000 foot or so over the hills and mountainsides of the Cascades. But that precipit's going to continue inland across Washington and southward into Oregon overnight tonight. Moderate to locally heavy rain along the coast, while snow in the Cascades. Washington, Oregon, Northern California, Idaho, all expected to receive precipitation by Monday or Monday night. Now, just rain in the forecast for Portland. Snow may occasionally mix in with the rain in Seattle, but temperatures should stay above freezing to prevent any accumulation. We could see enough heavy rain, though, to cause some localized flooding today once again. Don't forget that where piles of snow from these late December storms are blocking storm drains, flooding of streets can occur in Seattle and Portland, as well as other cities along the Interstate 5 corridor. That's going to be a different story in the mountains, 2 to 4 feet of snow in the Cascades between now and, the middle of next week. Or this week. Less snow in California, but up to another foot possible in the northern Sierra Nevada. We'll continue to watch as additional systems are probably going to continue to move in from the Pacific through much of this week. There is the potential for a stronger storm coming up, say, this Thursday, bringing heavy rain for the coastal areas and snow in the mountains further south, much of central and southern California. With this particular system, should remain dry. But again, Washington, we see quite a bit of winter storm warnings in place inland from the coast. Same scenario down into Oregon and the northern portions of California. A lot of wind with these systems, as typically is the case coming in off the Pacific. All right, welcome in. First show for the new year. Does it feel like 2022? Hello to Leanne this morning. Happy New Year. Got 18 degrees in Springfield, Missouri. Timothy's on board for a little bit here. Alan says, Happy New Year, Steve. Praying for a happy, healthy one. Thank you. Yeah, Gerald said, rest in peace, Betty White. Hey, buddy, the road and weather report for Nashville with all the snow I'm hearing about. Yeah, it's going to be a little slick there in the Nashville area. Good afternoon, all back in the saddle. Hammer down and be safe. There's Larry. Hello, Larry. Got 27 in Cleveland this morning. Cleveland, Ohio. Hello to Alan. Tank, morning, Steve. Happy Monday. Back in the saddle after being off for 11 days. It's a cool 30 degrees here in western Tennessee. Headed down to Memphis to get us one and head out west. Have a great day. Timmy's just off and on rain here in Rocky Mount, Virginia at this hour. Yeah, I think you're going to see a change. That rain off and on is going to change to snow during the overnight hours. Hello to Christian. Morning, Southwest Wisconsin milkman checking in from, what is that, Reedstown, Wisconsin, a balmy -8 degrees. Happy New Year to Steve and all the listeners out there. David says, welcome, winter. I love it. Gearing up for the snow overnight. I was out in Lambeau this evening. 8 degrees. Wow. Today, Governor Murphy declared that 5 counties in New Jersey will enter a state of emergency effective at 9 p.m. I guess that's what anticipation of your first pretty significant snow. You're in that zone where you could really see some of that heavy stuff, right? Heavy Kevy, welcome to the new year. Seems like I haven't heard from you in a whole year. Let's see, 3 degrees here in Des Moines, Iowa this morning. Got 39 degrees in Tracy, California. George says, hey, it's Julio. Hey, Julio here. I am now retired and at the home 20. All right, well, congratulations there. Enjoy the retirement. Top of the morning, Steve. There's Santa Claus, where it's 13 degrees here in Winnemucca, Nevada. Wind chill is 2. Sent you some pictures from Donner Summit, the snowpack there. Yes, I got those via the email. It looks like about a 9-foot snowpack. He said his truck is 13.6, and the snow is pretty good ways up. So, yeah, good 9 foot, maybe a little over 9 feet snowpack there at Donner. No wonder they've had so many shutdowns as of late. Welcome in, welcome aboard. Hope you had a great New Year's weekend. We settle in for a new year. All right, of course, big weekend, college football. The picture is set, the stage is set for the national championship. It will be Alabama versus Georgia. I guess we could say part 2. A redo, a rematch. Can Alabama do it again? Those were some pretty interesting games. Did anyone see the blowout coming with Georgia versus Michigan? I mean, they were just manhandled. I don't know, University of Cincinnati, UC did not. They did not get into the end zone. They were held by Alabama to just 2 field goals on the game. But I don't know, is that a respectable outcome? 27-6 final score. All right, well, lots to discuss as we roll into a Monday, 3rd day of January. Our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission. life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Burnley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Let me see here. Crazy Ray's on board. Happy New Year, Crazy Ray. From West Michigan, where it's 16 degrees. Burr. All right, Dave, morning, just finished my run, headed to the home 20. Yeah, I'll get to listen maybe for the first hour. It's pouring down rain here in Commerce, Georgia. Yes, indeed. Hello to Tiffany. Alan says got 4 degrees here in southern Michigan, out in the sticks. I'll get to catch the podcast in the morning. All right, let's see. Buster Brown. Howdy, Steve. Great week to Steve and the drivers. He checked in on YouTube to say hi. I'm going to switch over to the app so we can just listen in. All right, Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, where it's still 48 degrees, lightly raining. Supposed to get pretty chilly tonight once this front gets through. And they're saying maybe a dusting to 1 inch. I kind of doubt that. The ground's way too warm. Anyway, going to take my truck to the mechanic to get my right armrest fixed. Get the APU looked at. It's not generating heat. Anyway, hope your New Year's went well. We just hung out just to be safe. After Kathy was exposed, we both feel fine, and her son is feeling better today. He had a good fever, hot and cold, body aches. Didn't give it to his wife and kids. I guess you'd have to almost say just yet. But how about them Buckeyes? What a game. Have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. All right. P.S. I'm kind of happy. TTUN got waxed, but sad for Big Ten. Although we didn't do too bad overall. Hello to Stephen, 48 degrees here in Semi Valley, California. Icebreaker checking in. First show and first trip out for the new year, 2022. It's 58 degrees in Amherst, Virginia. You know, that's crazy how warm it is still on the eastern flank of that storm. And then you've got all that snow that's going to be coming in. Hello to Lori Glory. Morning, Steve. Happy New Year, everyone out there. We've got 20 degrees here in Buffalo, New York. Hardly any wind at this point, which is really nice. And Happy New Year to the Grump. What's going on, Grump?
Oh, just cruising, man. Just, finally got on some dry roads. Look good, so I'm just going to the house. What you into, man? I ain't talked to you since last year.
I know. Yeah, I saw your video. That was, I guess, was that your dash cam where that guy lost it right in front of you, went off the side, and actually was able to get back on, hit the black ice?
Yeah, that was the dash cam there. What happened is that damn car had went off in the ditch, and some Joe idiot, four-wheel drive, pulled up there and hooked a strap onto it, and he took off to pull the car out. And when he did, he pulled it so damn hard, it slung the car like a crack in the whip right over in front of me.
Wow.
And, he was flashing his lights and all kinds of stupid stuff but I moved over as far as I could in the deep snow, and there was a truck right on my bumper, man. I could not believe that fool was that close, and he wound up sliding off into the median. But, it was just slicker snot right there, but, I just, I flashed my lights back. You read that little post I put on there, I said, yeah, I speak headlight. He's saying, oh, crap. I'm saying, get right with Jesus or you're going to die.
Wow.
He just barely got out of the way, and I got through there, but it was, that was all day yesterday. They, had a moron in a brand new one of those super fast Teslas that'll run like 200 mile an hour. He passed me in Indiana on when it was sleeting and snowing and carrying on the roads were a mess. And it was blowing by. It's all-wheel drive, I guess, and cut over and just kept right on going right out into the damn woods. And his little girlfriend that was in that car didn't much appreciate it, but yeah, she was giving him hell. But boy, it tore it up, and he's griping. Just got it. And I said, well, hey, you drive like a dumbass. That's what happens. So
Yep.
So anyway, I went back, got in the truck, and left. They had heat, because it didn't hurt the batteries, I guess, in it or anything. Just tore the front end up, but electric heat and that thing. So, but anyway, it's been a hell of a trip this time. I go out to Maryland. I deliver out there every Friday out by Baltimore, and then I come back to Columbus, Nebraska, and then back down to my house. Usually I'm home by now, on Sunday, and last couple of weeks it's taken a little longer, but I guess I got a sick wife and a sick son at home. They tested positive. Well, right there when I left, I was around them all the time, and I only had I went ahead and tested. Yeah, it come back positive also for that damn Omicron, I guess. But my son, he's feeling pretty good. And wife, she's still kind of puny, but she said it wasn't, it hadn't been that bad. She's been on oxygen and stuff. So, and me, I had a little bit of a scratchy throat, and that's it. So yeah, I guess I'll see if I catch it again. That'd be number 3 for COVID for me. So
wow.
Man, I tell you, just I don't, Steve. I honestly don't think that's any more than damn, like a bad cold. My son, he didn't get any of the shots or anything like that, and he was a couple days there. He ran a fever and stuff, and he was down, just laid around, but that's about it. But hell, he wanted to go to work. I said, no, you can't do it, bud, until you test negative. So anyway, so I'll take another test when I get home and see how that comes out. But I took it, and they said, I said, well, I'm getting ready to leave. And they said, well, you really need to wait until after the test. I said, when we're going to find out? It's probably Saturday or Sunday. I said, no, I'm leaving. So, I felt great, didn't have any issues or anything. So I left, and I hadn't been around anybody either. So, it wasn't really any big thing. But wife, she's feeling pretty puny right now, but, she's doing better than what she was, she said. So, that she just, she's got that heart issue anyway, and lungs are all booped up from that heart attack. So she's been on oxygen and stuff for off and on for the last 10 years anyway, and in and out of the hospital with pneumonia every time you turn around.
Wow.
But, she said, I talked to her tonight. She said, I feel better. I'm not, all right, well, I'll be home, sometime tonight or in the morning. I don't know. And, I guess just stay on your oxygen stuff. She said, no, I'm good. So I said, all right. So, like I said, I had just a little bit of a scratchy throat, and that was about it. That didn't last probably a full day. And, it hasn't, knock on wood, it hadn't hit me, hard at all. The last time I had it, it was back in, August, in that time frame there. And it just, like I said, it just, I felt kind of tired more than anything for one day. And then, but other than that, it just, that it didn't stay long. So, I felt good after that. So I don't know, man. I'll tell you, it's weird how, it hits people. But I'm 61 years old. So it's, I figured it, I don't want it again, put it that way. But
yep.
Hell, you never know when it's going to jump up on you. But I don't know, man. I'll tell you, I take a lot of, I got a prescription for vitamin D and everything. When I get my blood work done, they said my vitamin D was low, so they gave me a prescription for it. And I've been loading up on that, and supposedly that helps, fight this off. I don't know.
Yeah, you need your D. I think your zinc is a crucial one, and something called, was it quercetin that helps you absorb the zinc. Zinc apparently by itself is very difficult to get into the cells of your body. But hey, we got to pause there, get a news break here. It's 844-844-3388 on a Monday. First show for 2022, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The Omicron variant now accounts for 60% of COVID cases in the United States, but it's going to get worse before it gets better, according to former FDA Director Scott Gottlieb, who appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Places that have been hard hit early, like the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, New England, Florida, parts of the Pacific Northwest, may be 2 weeks away from peaking, but the rest of the country probably faces a hard month ahead of us. I don't think you're going to start to see a national peak until we get into February, because there's parts of the country that really haven't been hard hit by Omicron yet.
Weathermen say, look out, a sneaky storm from the south will be swinging northward and strengthening to blast part of the mid-Atlantic region with a heavy dose of snow. Forecasters say severe cold and heavy snow make returning home from the holidays along Interstate 95 treacherous. Make travel plans accordingly. This is USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, thank you much, and welcome back. There's a Philip. It's not our Philip from Florida. It's a different Philip. But he said, happy to be here. I finally got a day off. And I stayed up late to listen to my favorite show, the Steve Sommers Hot Shot Secret Overnight Drive. It's raining cats and dogs here in Virginia Beach right now. But 50 degrees. Man, it's so great to be home and not out there driving. Hello to Scott, a.k.a. Demon. Minus 16, where he is there in Colorado. Wow. 007 checking in from Post Falls, Idaho at the Flying J there tonight. Good morning to Daniel. Going through a heat wave. We've got 30 degrees in eastern Montana. And boy, that is pretty nice for that part of the country. All right, there you go. Lori Glory says, we had the moronic flu over the weekend. It wasn't so bad. One day tired, just feeling kind of blah. Yeah, we take zinc, D3, vitamin C, which appears to worked great for us. And none of us, no jab for any of us here in this house. All right. Like Grump was saying, it's just amazing how it impacts different people in such different ways. See, I've got an email I'm going to share from, hey, we got a new listener on board. He may be with us live at this hour. Let me get back and finish up with the Grump first, and we'll share that with you. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Grump.
Yeah, you bet. I'd heard, one of your callers there last week, I think it was, that was talking about, was called in, and I don't know what the little bickering was about right there, but, Steve, we've always had I've been a part of this show for, God, I can't remember how many years now, ever since you started it, even over at the other place. But I intentionally say things that are controversial. I've always been like that. I put posts out that are controversial, and I always put down there, this is my opinion, or just my opinion. Something that, I like stirring people's emotions. I like seeing what their responses are. And once in a while, I always get somebody that's, kind of a smart ass. They got to get on there and, they get their feelings hurt. They got to say something back. And they don't say it in a constructive way. They say it just to be negative. And I guess my point is when somebody calls this show or it's not just here, it's anywhere, and you're going to offer your opinion, you're going to get scrutinized in one way or another. I mean, whether you agree with what somebody says or whether they don't agree with you, it doesn't matter. I taught a speech class years ago, and when I was in the military, and public speaking is something that's always had a lot of people, uptight, put it that way. And one of the greatest fears is somebody, scrutinizing what you say when you give a speech or when you're talking about a subject that that people don't agree with, or they agree with it, they just don't agree with your side of the story. But it's anytime that somebody calls this show and they're going to offer their opinion, that don't be so damn thin-skinned about it if somebody says something about it. It's just the way it is. Not everybody's going to agree on things, and it just seems like there's a couple of people that I listened to it and I played it back over the podcast. I was like, what the hell's wrong with this guy? I don't have any friends here, on this show. I don't want any friends on this show, stuff. And I was thinking, well, it's not about being friends or anything. It's just putting your damn opinion out there, and seeing where the chips fall. I don't expect anybody to agree with me. I don't expect anybody to disagree. I just, like I said, I offer my opinion. And, when we talk about certain subjects and things like that, you've always been good about that. You've been very good about controlling, the content of the show and how people respond here and there. I've listened to some damn brawls that you've had with some of with some of the people over the years. They've been, they're you always hold your own, or you get the better of them, and that's what the show's all about. That's what shows. That's what makes shows. It's a little bit of controversy. If you just had somebody calling up every 10 minutes, and the next guy just, I agree wholeheartedly, and Hank, what the hell's the use of having a show?
Right.
So I don't know. My point is, Steve, is some of these guys, they act like that they're above getting scrutinized, or they just don't want to hear anybody else's opinion if they say something about what somebody said. And me, I don't give a damn. If somebody wants to, bet on what I say, call up and do it. Hell, I'm not going to call back in and try to defend myself. That's your opinion. Give it. And, it's, I think it makes a better show like that. I think it makes people understand that, we can all get along. We don't have to agree on, on every damn thing, we discuss. But people have to be civil about it. They have to, it's just the way it is. And as far as, friends, with the show, I've got some really good friends with the show, and I've lost some, look at, Bobby, Pony Soldier, it'll be coming up on 2 years that he passed away. And there was a lot of times, man, we'd talk for an hour or something, and he knew how to push my buttons, buddy, that would make me so damn mad. And then he'd always do the same damn thing. He'd call it, well, my work here's done. I said, yeah, you bastard. I'd hang up on something. But he always, it was just the way we were back and forth and things like that. So, sometimes people just got to take a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a break, and say, look, it's nothing personal, but I don't agree with you, you know.
Right.
And, I heard it last week, and I thought, well, that's kind of childish to get them a little bickering contest, and stuff like that. But oh well, whatever. But anyway, man, Happy New Year, and hey, I'm glad to be a part of it. I got to get a hold of Chris and replenish my supply of everything. I'm running low on anti-gel right now, so so we'll check back with you tomorrow.
That's something that's probably in pretty high demand right about now with some of these bitterly cold temperatures, where Scotty is 16 below zero. Someone posted yesterday, showed their inside temperature. Yeah, I have one of those, thermometer things that kind of like I've got in the studio here with the atomic clock, and it says it's 74 in the studio, it's 32 outside. Wherever this guy was, it was like 72 or 70 in the inside and 33 below outside, a 100-degree difference to step out the door, if you could imagine. Wow. All right, from the email over the weekend, this was pleasant to receive. Yeah. Hello, Steve. My name's James Polson. Last Friday morning, I was having lunch at our local hamburger shop when I came across a flyer for a New Year's Eve party here in town at the Grange Hall. Well, curiosity got the better of me, and I talked the missus into going and checking it out. As soon as we walked in, we were greeted by an older gentleman who had us sign in and gave us each a ticket for a door prize drawing. As it turns out, this fellow is an acquaintance of yours, one Tex Parks, a.k.a. Hillbilly Tex. Once we sat down, and we were then formally greeted by an extremely nice but rather intimidating-looking fellow who was hosting the event. He welcomed the whole room, explained everything that would be happening, like the meal, the drawings, raffles, and door prizes. After the introduction, another man came up on stage and said grace before the meal, and then we all lined up for a fabulous buffet-style dinner. The pulled pork and sauerkraut was amazing. There must have been 50 side dishes and a 12-foot table full of desserts. Keep in mind, this was all free. While we were eating, I got a chance to talk to some of the guys who were there. That's how I learned about your show. The host was a wonderful man named George, or Moose, as everyone called him. Then Hillbilly Tex introduced me to Mike, a.k.a. Farmer, and Jim, Can Man, and Doug, a.k.a. Pup, and his wife Julie. Then the music started, and I'll be honest, I've never considered myself a country music fan, but Moose strapped on a guitar that appeared to be older than everyone in the room combined and proceeded to play and sing for 5 hours straight. He never looked at a songbook, never stopped to use the restroom or anything, and he sang everything from CCR to Procol Harum to Hank Jr. and Elvis. My mind was blown. The guys in the band never missed a beat, and it was one after another after another. This guy's a machine. He sang about 20 original songs, and they were awesome. And then he sang a song he'd written for and about his late wife that was just heartbreaking but beautiful. I've never seen a group of people who just come together like family and treat perfect strangers like one of their own before. Anyway, we purchased tickets for all the drawings and raffles. We won a $50 gift card and a beautifully crafted handmade hunting knife and sheath from a local knife maker, Gerald Flores. After the show, I was talking to all the guys, and Moose's son Simon was showing us his Gran Torino, and I learned most of them were regulars on your overnight drive show. And this was the first time many of them had actually met in person. Well, when I asked how to find your show, I was immediately directed to your YouTube channel, learned about your sponsor and how your previous platform really betrayed you and the audience. I was then informed that Mr. Gabrelchik was responsible for keeping a platform for this wonderful group, and I will be using his products, especially after the testimonials of everyone there. I've been binge-watching some of your previous podcasts, and I will continue to listen regularly. I've heard it said you can measure a man's character by the company he keeps. You, sir, must be an incredible human being. Well, because your friends are amazing people. After meeting Tex, Moose, Farmer, Pup, Can Man, and their wives and the children, it's clear to see the caliber of these wonderful people. And I have no doubt you must be an incredible soul having these kinds of people supporting you and the way they do. I truly hope all of you have a great new year. I want to thank everyone for the hospitality and the friendship that I was shown. And you now have one more loyal listener. How about that? Like I said, that was rather touching. Thank you very much. Good to have you on board, Jim. Maybe you can give us a ring one of these days, and we'll get a quick time out here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
And then there's these two guys that get the dumbass of the New Year's nomination right out of the box. Key West, Florida's the place, and anyone who's been to Key West, we've actually on a couple of our cruises had the opportunity to stop at Key West over the years. It is one of the most photographed locations in Key West, and that's the buoy. Which reads 90 miles to Cuba. It's the marker for the southernmost point in the continental United States of America. These numbskulls, somewhere between 3 and 3:30 in the morning, put a Christmas tree in front of the buoy and lit it on fire, causing extensive damage to the iconic landmark. Key West Fire Department extinguished the fire. It's now under investigation, but there is a live cam that's always active there on the buoy for people to check out at any given time of the day. So they've got pretty good photograph of the two idiots involved. I'm not sure what sort of punishment they may be facing, but several shots. One of them sitting together with the Christmas tree they had just laid in front of the tree. Then you got the bigger guy actually lighting the tree on fire, and it charred. Obviously it's going to need a new paint job for the buoy, but DA of the New Year nominees. We get to some of our other travelers' weather coming up. I mentioned that it was a kind of, as far as air travel was concerned, just a horrific weekend with thousands upon thousands of flights canceled, people stranded all over the country. More than 3,600 flights were canceled around the world this past day. More than half of those originating here in the U.S., adding to the toll of a holiday week travel disruption. With, first of all, of course, the adverse weather conditions. We had the severe weather, the heavy snows, and the surge in the COVID cases. Over 3,600 flights had been canceled by afternoon Sunday. Among the airlines with the maximum cancellations were SkyWest and Southwest, each of those well over 400 cancellations. Of course, the Christmas and the New Year holidays, typically the peak time for air travel. But this highly transmissible Omicron variant leading to a sharp increase in infections. Yeah, we've seen flight cancellations, pilots and crews having to go into quarantine. Transportation agencies across the country also suspending or reducing services due to staff shortages. Yeah, Omicron brought record case counts and dampened the New Year's festivities around much of the world, causing some companies to change plans to increase the number of employees working from their offices for Monday. Yeah, Chevron Corporation was supposed to start full return to their offices today, where they've been working from home for so long now. They told employees, we're postponing that move now. Keep on working from home. It's indefinitely. United States authorities registered at least 346,869 new cases Saturday, according to the tally from Reuters. All right, cabin crews, pilots, support staff, all reluctant to work overtime, of course, during the holiday travel season, despite offers of pretty hefty financial incentives. Many feared contracting COVID and did not welcome the prospects of dealing with unruly passengers, according to some of the airline unions. So, yes, and of course, more delays in the offing today as our latest storm's going to be sweeping up the East Coast, impacting some of the major airline hubs for a back-to-work Monday. Joy, welcome to the new year. All right, good to have you on board. We'll get back to your calls ahead here at 844-844-3388. We close out hour number one on the third day of January, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The Omicron variant now accounts for 60% of COVID cases in the United States, but it's going to get worse before it gets better, according to former FDA Director Scott Gottlieb, who appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Places that have been hard hit early, like the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, New England, Florida, parts of the Pacific Northwest, may be 2 weeks away from peaking, but the rest of the country probably faces a hard month ahead of us. I don't think you're going to start to see a national peak until we get into February, because there's parts of the country that really haven't been hard hit by Omicron yet.
Weathermen say, look out, a sneaky storm from the south will be swinging northward and strengthening to blast part of the mid-Atlantic region with a heavy dose of snow. Forecasters say severe cold and heavy snow make returning home from the holidays along Interstate 95 treacherous. Make travel plans accordingly. This is USA Radio News.
You know, if you feel like you're stuck with a healthcare plan that isn't affordable or you simply don't like it, right now is a great time to switch to MediShare. The typical family saves $500 or more per month with MediShare, and what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate when compared to health insurance. Double. You get access to a massive network of providers and 24/7 telehealth. And MediShare is the most trusted name in healthcare sharing. It's been around for more than 25 years. And it's more than just affordable health care, too. You get to be part of a community of Christians who pray for each other and support each other. But here's why now is the time to make the switch. Join before January 15th, and they'll waive your new member fee. So you'll save another $170 right off the bat. Call now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is January 15th, so you can save even more. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Thousands of air travelers are facing another day of flight cancellations or delays. Jeremy Scott reports.
More than 2,000 flights a day in or out of the United States over New Year's weekend were canceled. Thousands more delayed due to the winter weather and staffing shortages.
Our flight was at 6:30 this morning.
and we waited, and the crew supposedly didn't show up.
WDIV television talking to travelers at Detroit Metro Airport.
I've been canceled twice this morning, and by the way, the agents, they've been very helpful under very trying conditions.
Chicago's O'Hare International and Denver International Airport feeling the most impact with flight cancellations.
One of the 3 people reported missing in the Marshall Fire in Colorado has been found alive. A man from Louisville who was unaware he was reported missing. Search crews continue to look for 2 people who are still unaccounted for. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A woman who became ill during a flight had to make some tough choices when she realized she had the coronavirus.
A passenger on a flight from Chicago to Iceland says she had to quarantine in the airplane bathroom for 3 hours following a positive COVID test. Marissa Fadio says despite having received 2 negative tests prior to takeoff, she started feeling sick mid-flight and took a test that came back positive. She then decided to stay in the bathroom for the remainder of the flight to safeguard the health of the rest of the passengers. After landing in Iceland, she was sent to a Red Cross hotel for a 10-day quarantine. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
New Mexico officials have rescued all 21 people who were trapped in tramway cars near Albuquerque overnight on Friday during icy conditions. The passengers had been trapped in 2 different cars while descending the Sandia Peak tramway. Officials say they had to suspend the rescue until the severe weather cleared. The passengers were all employees of the tram and a restaurant on the peak, and that the tram cars were stocked with emergency heating blankets, food, and other supplies. Those spending the night there showed pictures on social media. The local fire department said in a statement on Twitter that everyone who had been trapped on the tram had finally been rescued. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Back at it, first show of the brand new year. Close out. New Year's weekend here. Time zone to time zone. 3rd day of January coming on here. I guess for many of the kids, back to school day. After the long Christmas to New Year break. I'm not sure if the kids go back today or Tuesday. I thought my grandson told me the 4th of January was their back to school date. Because a lot of people that traveled over the weekend, were headed back to their destinations on Sunday. I'm assuming that would be the reason, but well, seeing as it is Monday, today is the day Chicago joins the bunch where they will require proof of vaccination for indoor venues. This will include restaurants, bars, gyms, and all other indoor venues like sport, entertainment arenas, The rules apply to everyone ages 5 and older. It does not apply to those who will be in the venue less than 10 minutes. Like if you're going into a restaurant for takeout, which that really makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? Yeah, also starting today, all Illinois Secretary of State offices, including driver services like your licensing agencies and things of that nature, will be closed until at least January the 18th. The surge in COVID cases. Also, Governor Pritzker is urging Illinois hospitals to delay elective surgeries and non-emergency procedures to keep more beds open, anticipating a wave of COVID patients. There you go, Chicago in the mix. So you can go in, stand at the counter, place your order, take your order out, as long as you're not in there for 10 minutes or more. All right, frigid blast of cold air sweeping southeastward through the central states in the wake of our winter storm as we wrapped up the weekend. It's going to feel in some parts of this country 60, 70, even 80 degrees lower compared to what many have felt in recent weeks. It's the dead of winter, right? This is going to bring the risk of frostbite and hypothermia for those spending time outdoors not properly dressed. You go back to Saturday morning, ringing in the new year, temperatures were in the 80s over parts of Georgia. 10 to 30 degrees below zero at the same time. We're gripping North Dakota with, we're talking a range of 110 degrees difference, depending on what part of the country you're in. In stark contrast with much of December, seriously cold air is pushing south across the plains, was doing so over the weekend. Chicago wrapped up the month of December with temperatures averaging a full 7.5 degrees above normal there. It looks like 6th place on the all-time list of warm Decembers that date back to the mid-1800s. Following temperatures in the 60s over many areas of Kansas and Oklahoma there on New Year's Eve. Temperatures were back into the teens and single digits on New Year's Day. Wichita, Kansas, for instance, temperatures were hovering in the lower 60s late Friday afternoon. They had crashed through the 20s and into the teens in a little more than 12 hours by Saturday morning. Wind chills were approaching 10 below zero. Now, this is going to be a shock for Oklahoma City, for instance, one of the warmest Decembers on record. They saw the flash freeze, turning roads and sidewalks into skating rinks around Wichita Saturday morning. People need to be prepared for similar conditions where any precip occurs in parts of the central states. Because the warm state of the ground in parts of Missouri, Iowa, southern portions of Wisconsin and Michigan, as well as northern portions of Illinois, Indiana, parts of Ohio, the snow that was falling initially was melting on the streets, only to freeze, though, turning into a sheet of ice once the temperatures plunged with the Arctic air. This is going to be a big-time reality check. Just how nasty January can be following rather benign temperatures over the Midwest during December. All right, for those headed back to work, back to school this morning for parts of Kansas, Nebraska, Michigan, in northern Ohio, be prepared for areas of ice or hard-packed snow. For much of the central plains and the Midwest, today will represent the coldest air of the season so far. Temperatures bottomed out at 7 below zero in Omaha Sunday morning, about 15 degrees lower than the last few days of December. Further to the east, a low in the mid to single digits is in store for Chicago this morning. That'll probably surpass the prior low mark of 13 degrees back on December the 7th. Looks like another sweep of cold air is going to come our way midweek into the latter part of the week, which could set the stage for another stripe of snow that includes portions of the Central Plains as well as the Tennessee and Ohio valleys toward the end of the week as a storm swings out of the Rockies. So we've definitely made that transition to the wintry weather, depending on what part of the country you're in. Well, it's a new year. Welcome back, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. It is 2022, right?
2022, yes.
Yes, sir. Well, could I say that the statistics were right?
Georgia,
I'm not going to say that
Alabama,
I was right. I'm just going to say the statistics were.
The statistics were correct. I didn't see Michigan getting blown out like that. I mean, what are the statistics looking like for the championship game now? I mean, if Georgia plays like they did against Michigan, Alabama wouldn't stand a chance, would they?
I'm gonna go ahead and pick Georgia for the win for the national championship game this year. So, well, I'll just say, in order for Alabama to get into the playoff picture, they had to beat Georgia in the SEC championship game. Technically, they couldn't have done it, but to keep two SEC teams in the playoff picture, Georgia let Alabama win. But when it comes to the national playoff game, Georgia ain't gonna let Alabama win. So you're gonna see Georgia as a national championship this year. So that's gonna be my statistic. I don't even know what ESPN is going on. And I don't know if Tom Brady's going to get that number 8 ring there. They kicked Antonio Brown off of the Buccaneers team today because he just couldn't keep his act together. So I don't know. That boy's a mess there, right?
He blew a breaker, didn't he? I mean, he stripped off his uniform, threw the jersey into the stands, and just left the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that boy got some mental problems going on. I don't know what all he's got going on, but it's more than I'd want to deal with there. I want to congratulate Cincinnati for getting up at the top of their division. They're 10-6 right now. Let's see, they got they clinched their division with that win there.
Sure enough, yes, beat Kansas City. No one thought that would happen either.
No, that's right. What was the name of that movie again? Any Given Sunday? Wait a minute, I better not be saying nothing about that. Start another fight there, right?
Yeah, right out of the box. Way to go. Happy New Year. Pick up where you left off, right?
Yeah.
So how was...
well, I'm not impressed with 20...
I was going to see how was all that home time with the better half, Tennessee, and did you get all your honeydews done? Did you have a good Christmas and a Happy New Year?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Had a grand old time there. So, but we got some bad news. I got 2 grandsons, a son-in-law, a granddaughter that all got COVID, but they're not feeling anything. So, now my one grandson, he's 7 years old. He started complaining about stomach cramps. So he got dressed and told his mama, said, "You're going to carry me to the doctor. I can't stand this." So they carried him to the emergency room down there. They checked him out there, and he come to find out abdominal pain in children from 5 to 11 is a normal thing for those that have contracted COVID. So she carried him to the emergency room. They done a ultrasound of his stomach. He only had acid indigestion. Yeah, so, which he's only 7. I guess he ain't never been old enough to even know what acid indigestion
Sure,
was.
right. Yeah.
But he was fixing to get it because he asked his mama, "Can I spend the night in here so that I can see what their food tastes like?" I was like, boy, you are wanting to upset stomach. So anyway, well, like I say, congratulations to Joe Burrow and Cincinnati for clinching their division there. They'll be in the playoffs there. I don't think y'all been in the playoffs in a while, have you?
No, not since we got Burrow as quarterback.
Yeah, well, you didn't get there with Andy Dalton.
We had
did you?
plenty of playoff appearances, but never won a single one of them.
Yes, sir, I understand that. Well, yeah, it's years of possibility. So anyway, that's all of my bull-only for this morning there. We'll keep listening and maybe call in a little later. I'm headed towards South Texas, going down there to Laredo. It's 27 degrees up here on the north side of Austin. So, man, I love you in this cold weather, boy. And that'll be all of mine for this morning now.
All right.
Steve.
Well, welcome back for a new year. Hopefully a better year versus 21. 18 past the hour. And it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Couple of other tidbits in the news, oddities that you may or may not be interested in. Guess with the new year, the Powerball mania begins to kick in because Powerball has yet to find its first jackpot winner of 2022, which means the next drawing will be worth $522 million. Jackpot hopefuls fell short on the $500 million prize for the 37th consecutive drawing there on New Year's Day, Saturday. There were 4 winning tickets revealed following the draw. There was a Maryland resident that won $2 million, 3 tickets. One in Arizona, California, Florida won the $1 million prize. We did not declare the first multi-millionaire of the year, though. All right, the winner there in Pennsylvania got by the name of Brian Meinwieser. Won $1 million prize. That was announced on ABC's broadcast, Dick Clark's Rockin' New Year's Eve, just after midnight there on New Year's Day. Pittsburgh over the weekend. What was that really loud noise? Officials from the National Weather Service say they believe a meteor exploded in the Pittsburgh area on New Year's Day. Residents reported feeling the ground shaking, hearing a massive boom. Allegheny County officials tweeting that 911 officials had received reports from South Hills and other areas about the disturbance. The National Weather Service could not confirm for certain that a meteor was the cause, but data did show a flash in the area that was not lightning about 11:26 a.m. That's about the time residents reported the loud noise and the ground shaking. Residents around suburban Pittsburgh reported feeling their homes shaking and rattling, while a big noise rang out in the region. One resident said it sounded like a home was exploding. Anyway, the National Weather Service called exploding space rocks the most likely explanation at this point in time. There was one meteorologist with the service in Moon Township that said a similar event was reported back on September the 17th in Hardee County, there in West Virginia. All right, and well, if whatever piece of space debris it is large enough to explode, and that means there's definitely some pieces that may very well have made it to the ground. Maybe you need to go out there and do a little meteorite hunting. Hello, Eagle. Happy New Year.
Okay, yeah, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Eagle. Yeah, first program of the new year. Welcome in.
Okay, yeah, I had to turn the truck off. I'm back in the truck now. I'm headed back out on the road. I just went home for one day for New Year's, but I'm back out here on the road again tonight. Yeah, I wanted to call in, talk to you tonight, get this deal started for another year, Steve. Another year. Another year has gone by. We'll see how this one goes. The Lord has blessed everybody that's listening to me tonight. An opportunity to better yourself for another year. Hopefully people will take advantage of that, because I know I will. I promise you I will. The Lord has blessed me another year to prosper in this great country, and that's what I'm going to do. But you know something, Steve? I want to start off tonight by talking about a man. Well, first of all, I want to congratulate you, and the people of Cincinnati. I used to live in Cincinnati a long time ago when I was a kid, and I've always liked, the Cincinnati Bengals. I want to congratulate everybody on the Cincinnati Bengals' great season today. I watched the game yesterday. Cincinnati has one of the most explosive offenses in football right now. Four of the youngest players in football, all under 25 years old, and a good quarterback, two good receivers, and a running back. Cincinnati, they finally got a decent team this year. Hopefully they might be able to take it all the way. Might be able to take it all the way to the Super Bowl, Steve. From what I've seen today, Cincinnati look real good. We'll see what happens. Maybe they can actually pull it off this year. That'd be great for the city of Cincinnati. They've been around football for a long time, so hopefully they can continue the winning efforts. But unfortunately, Steve, when I say something good about that, somebody always has to be a downfall in every situation. And this guy here, man, Steve, I really tried to pull for this guy. I've talked to you a long time ago about this guy, the situation with him. And unfortunately, it looked like he just bought himself a ticket right out of the NFL. Steve, I've been watching football for a long time, since the 70s when I was a young boy. And never in my life, I watched the college football, pro football, USFL football, you name it, I watched it. But what this man did today, Steve, he ought to be ashamed of himself, how he can show his face again in public. I don't know. And this man's name is Antonio Brown, Steve. Mm-hmm. This guy here plays football, used to play football for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Apparently, he got into some type of disagreement with the coach today. The coach told him to go in the ball game. He refused to go in the game. The coach told him to go in the game again. He refused. So the coach told him that if you don't want to play, then get the hell off the field. And that's exactly what he did. But in the process of him leaving the field, he took off his uniform, took off his and threw it into the stands. He took off his jersey and walked off the field half naked. Never in my life have I ever seen a football player walk off the field with no shirt on, embarrassed himself as well as the team. Like I said, Steve, this guy makes millions of dollars, and, to conduct himself in that behavior makes no sense whatsoever. This guy here, I really believe that he has mental problems, because this is not the first episode that he has had with problems. So hopefully he'll get the help that he needs, but I think his NFL career is over, and it should be over, because you can't conduct yourself in that manner. It's just a matter of time, before it attacks the coach. Luckily the coach, he didn't try to assault the coach when he was told to leave the field. He just said he went on ahead and walked off the field and went into the locker room, and then he had to be escorted out by police. So this guy's career is over, and it should be over, because you can't conduct yourself like that and call yourself a professional athlete. Now, let's move on to the coronavirus situation, Steve. As the last time I talked to you before the new year, we were discussing how this Omicron variant is so-called doing this deal. Okay, so now they're saying now, Steve, that we got people all over America stranded at airports. You got cancellations of airplanes, flights, people that work in these flights are calling in sick or whatever's going on. Flights are being canceled all over America as we speak right now. Cruise ships, I talked to you about the cruise ship situation. Over 80 cruise ships are under investigation right now for COVID outbreaks. Ships being shut down in America. So now you just earlier in your show, you gave an update about another state that you said was going to start instituting these so-called lockdowns, just like New York City. What state was that? Did you say that was Illinois?
Chicago. Yeah, Chicago goes pretty much like New York City. Got to have your COVID passport to go anywhere inside. Yeah.
You said Illinois. Okay. Yeah, I traveled to that state. So we'll see how that turns out. They going with the same deal, Steve. You saying that to go into a restaurant, you got 10 minutes to go in, get what you got to get, or get out, from what you said earlier. It makes no sense, Steve. These different rules and regulations, it's not going to work. These different lockdowns and all these other things that they're trying to institute, they can do all that all they want, and it's not gonna stop the deal, Steve. Because like we talked about, Steve, this Omicron variant, maybe you could check on it even more tonight and check on the death rate percentage of this variant. It's not very high. It's less than 5%. I'm sure of that. But they're making it out to be that this is a death sentence. If you listen to your television, Steve, they're making it sound like if you test positive for this, that you got a death sentence. They keep talking about all the records that are being set with people testing positive. But like I said, people are pulling through. You see it all the time with the NFL. I'm going back to them again. These guys test positive, and as a matter of fact, this so-called testing cost another team a football game tonight, probably their whole season. Minnesota Vikings, they played on Sunday Night Football, and guess what? Their quarterback got tested positive on Friday night, so he wasn't allowed to play tonight, so it ruined their whole season. Minnesota got blown out. I don't know what the final score was. I turned the game off. But in the NFL, Steve, quarterback is the most important position. When you lose your quarterback, your starting quarterback, the game is basically over. You might well not even play. Aaron Rodgers goes down. Your quarterback at Cincinnati goes down. You name the top quarterback in the NFL, they go down, and your game is basically over. You have to have a top-notch quarterback to win. So this guy sat out the game for absolutely no reason whatsoever. This guy, I forgot what his name is, the quarterback from Minnesota. Okay, they say he got to sit out 5 to 10 days. 5-10 days later, the guy comes back, tests negative. He continues playing his football. Like I say, I want people to explain to me what was the purpose of him sitting out 5 days. What good does it do to sit a man down for a game? He can't play a game just because he tested positive, and then a couple of days later he's good to go. So, Like I said, the NFL is costing themselves money. They cost themselves money. And the same thing when we talked about the bowl season, Steve, you look at all the bowl games that were canceled because certain team members tested positive. Now, those same people that tested positive last week are doing just fine right now. So all these canceling out of things, only person you're hurting is yourself. And that's the reason why I told you, Steve, last week that this vaccine, people, they can do what they want to do. You want to get the vaccine, but it's already been shown that you can still turn up positive. But see, you can still live your life with or without the virus, Steve. That's what good old Joe Biden is not telling the American people, Steve, is that you can live. And well, like I said, he don't have to tell me because I've already made myself a promise in 2022 and 21 that Joe Biden doesn't dictate to me what I do with my body, and I advise everybody that's listening to me to do the same thing. Because you can live with or without the vaccine. I promise you that, because I'm one of those people that haven't been vaccinated, and I'm doing just fine in 21. And guess what? I'll do just fine in 22 with or without Joe Biden's vaccine. And I thank you for taking my call.
Right. And I hope that is the case for you, and I hope that is the case for me. You don't want to get the cart ahead of the horse. There have been plenty who did not get the vaccine who got very ill. There are those who got very ill and died. So don't get cocky about it. I guess that's the way I'd put it. 25 before the hour, a little behind, get our news break as we roll into a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
White House Chief Medical Advisor Dr. Anthony Fauci on ABC's This Week says federal health officials are looking to add a negative test along with its 5-day isolation recommendation for asymptomatic Americans that are experiencing COVID-19.
There has been some concern about why we don't ask people at that 5-day period to get tested. That is something that is now under consideration. The CDC is very well aware that there has been some pushback about that.
Another day of major flight cancellations in the U.S. and across the world. FlightAware is reporting over 2,400 flights were canceled due to bad weather and understaffing due to COVID-19. Holiday travelers are stranded and searching for alternate ways to get home. This is USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Got to reflect back to the 4th of July during the year 2020, when the pandemic was in full swing. Recall, you had the ban on fireworks in California. Residents there defied Governor Newsom, and saw just incredible fireworks displays for that particular 4th. It was kind of similar in one Indiana town this New Year's. Residents in a major Italian city went viral over the weekend. Did I say Indiana? It's Italy. Fireworks to ring in the new year. The mayor had issued a ban ahead of the celebration, an absolute ban on the use and detonation of fireworks, firecrackers, barrels, rockets, any sort of pyrotechnics devices, even if they're sold freely throughout the city, due to the COVID ban. Well, you can check out the videos. Nobody paid any attention. That's funny. All the rebels out there, right? Hey, let's get to Extreme Weather Chaser Propane 1 checking in.
Morning, Your Honor.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. So, as Grump said, seems like it's been like forever since last year or something, since the last time we talked to you.
Mm-hmm.
So anyways, I don't know. What do we got going on here? Got something going on for weather I'm supposed to be going to check out, aren't we? I'm headed down there to a little town called Manassas, Virginia. You got any predictions for anything for Manassas, Virginia down there?
I mean, there's a very fine line where people that will see more rain than snow, but I mean, there's a swath that kind of cuts through. Looks like parts of Virginia and on up into like northern New Jersey, where they're talking, up to a foot, maybe more.
Yeah, I know. I haven't figured out everything I'm getting into yet today. So, but I did see there's just a huge, big green section of rain down that way, and there's a lot of yellow mixed in with it, and all kind of moving this way now. Now, I just got loaded up here in Pennsylvania, and our temperature is right about 38, 37 degrees, but there's a good chilly wind blowing out of the north, so I guess that's the cold air coming against it to rub against it to change it all from that rain into snow, and I don't know. Is it supposed to be much ice involved with this too, or is it going to have a fast conversion that it's not going to have the chance to make the freezing rain in the transition?
I'm not really seeing any sort of ice advisories. I mean, that cutoff line is right there along like about the Maryland-Pennsylvania line. Southern Maryland, you got winter storm warnings, winter weather advisories in northern, but nothing really into Pennsylvania. But, the forecast I shared earlier depends on the track of the storm. If it tracks a little bit further north, it could snow all the way up into Philadelphia.
Yep. So, but yeah, I'm gonna be right in the heart of it, because after I get done there, I got to run down to Richmond to come back up and cross back into Southern Maryland. So we're gonna see what we get into today. We might be right into the thick of it there for you. So I don't know. We'll see where we end up. So did you see that Baltimore there? The new mayor there. He was safe. He made sure that there was no fireworks in Baltimore over the New Year's celebrations. And I'm not sure if they had fireworks or what happened, but there was 2 murders already on the first of the year there. I think it was in the first couple hours there after midnight there. They already got their first 2, and they ended the year at 337 for the grand total count for homicides in Baltimore City there. So that was the 2021 count. And anyways, I see that. Did I hear something that the New England Patriots lost to the Buffalo Bills? I usually don't do much with sports and football and that, but I did hear a report that the Buffalo Bills had beat the New England Patriots. Is that a true fact?
I believe that is the case. Yes, Buffalo won, Cincinnati won, yep, Green Bay won.
All right. So how did the former Cleveland Browns, otherwise known as the Baltimore Ravens, do? Did they? Because I think they were having a still have issues with their quarterback, as Eagle was saying, without their regular quarterback, things aren't as good. But he got himself injured, hurt his ankle or hamstring or something, one of them things down there. But he was gimping around the field there in practice. They were showing him on the TV. So I didn't know how they made out over the weekend. Maybe with the Cincinnati win, that'll knock them out there or something.
Well, Cincinnati, they clinched the division this past day. They're locked. So Cleveland plays Pittsburgh in Monday Night Football tonight, actually.
All right. Well, maybe that'll sew up the wild card then. One of them get the wild card, or does that go somewhere else yet? I don't know. As I say, I don't even pay attention to it.
I don't think they're contention for a wild card. Yeah, Buffalo beat Atlanta, 29-15 final there.
All right. So, well, anyways, so I decided to beat my head against the wall yesterday morning there, and I left the TV on to watch this guy by the name of, what's his name? Chuck Todd. You ever hear of Chuck Todd?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What an idiot. What an idiot. I mean, the Kool-Aid on the left side. Have you know, every now and then you have to watch these people to actually kind of understand what they think. And I don't know if you can actually comprehend what they're saying or not. They're talking this commission for this January 6th supposed insurrection. I got the air quotes going here, insurrection. That they got a bipartisan committee. It's very bipartisan.
Oh, yeah, right.
You know, like, Liz Cheney is like, what, the only Republican, or is there one other one on there?
There's Liz, and there's one other that voted to impeach Trump. I forget his name, but yes, the two anti-Trumpers that are on the bipartisan committee, yes.
Yeah, and he's a freshman. He's a freshman or representative. He's not even seasoned yet. It's like, yeah, you picked, and so, but they didn't. You know, they just said bipartisan, committee. They didn't ever break down, the committee members, and tell the numbers of who they have and who they are. But oh yeah, and then they said that there's no comparison to the. They realized that there was some Black Lives Matters, protests out there that got a little out of hand, but there's no comparison to the January 6th ordeal, that the congressional people had to go through, and what am I thinking of? What's the name of the building? The Capitol, that they had to deal with in the Capitol. The congressional people just had to go through this terrible ordeal in the Capitol, and I don't know. So, anyways, as I say, every now and then, I guess you have to watch these people just to reinsert yourself of what they're talking about. And the other thing they said is that Donald Trump actually started this whole deal way back in November of 16. His whole agenda was started way back in November of 16. That this whole thing about the the voting and how it is, because he said that because in the primaries there, one of the primaries he lost to Ted Cruz, that Ted Cruz had fake votes or something that were counted to steal the primary from them. I'm like, I don't even really remember that, but I guess it's possible. But you should see some of these quotes that these people are digging up, but they don't seem to bring up the other ones there. All the ones that the Bidens have said and stuff like that. You don't see that on that channel. But anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about it. And I guess what a trip that Betty White had, huh? 99 years.
Yeah, what was she? She was just a couple weeks away from 100. Was it January 17th, 18th, something like that? She would have been 100 years old.
17. And I see a lot of people who are upset that she didn't make it. And it's like, well, I don't know. I'm pretty glad she made it to 99. That's a heck of a thing. And to be as active and, able to do what she did all the way up until that time. I mean, you look at the last show she did, that Hot in Cleveland show.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what an actress. I mean, and to play that part and she was even, had PSA announcements on the radio here. We've been listening to them here on your news there with
oddly
Smokey
enough,
the Bear there.
that's still in the system. We'll be hearing that. I don't know when. Should we remove that now that Betty's gone?
No, absolutely not. Enjoy it. So, I mean, done by a great person, and it's a great bit. So, but anyways, I don't know. I guess that's about what we got going for you, and I guess maybe we'll try to check in there. And what is that? Knuckle Dragger calls that the loneliest hour, the
loneliest hour in
hour?
radio. Yes.
Yeah, maybe we'll give you an update. Maybe we'll see, because I know we're going to see rain here not too much of a short time, and maybe the conversion will be taking place, because our local TV was talking there was supposed to be an accumulable amount, a measurable amount by daylight. So we'll see.
All right. Well,
see what happens.
I'm looking at your forecast for let's see, Howard, Prince William, Manassas Park, Fairfax, Arlington, all that area. Yeah, 3 to 7 inches is the forecast. Winds at 35 miles per hour.
Nice. All right. Well, just like upstate New York, we'll just pretend it's white out, lake effect snow, and just have at it there.
That's between now
and
very good,
4
o'clock this afternoon. That's your winter storm warning. It kicked in at 1. Now I'm looking at the radar, and yes, it's still just rain right now. But let me kind of zoom in a little bit on over into parts of West Virginia and Northern Virginia. Beginning to see that change over to some snow along, say, I-81 in Northern Virginia. You've got snow back into, say, Parsons, Mill Creek changeover. Yeah, Charleston, West Virginia. I mean, you're on the back side there. Unless the storm is supposed to be strengthening as we speak overnight. So, I mean, we could see some further growth on the northwest flank of the storm. But areas that are really looking at some heavy snowfall, some of the enhanced snow is down into south central and southeastern Kentucky, London, Kentucky. You got a fairly heavy band impacting I-75 there. Tennessee, Nashville's on the western flank of the storm, but McMinnville over toward Crossville, heavy bands of snow, heavy snow down along I-24 in Winchester, Tennessee, extending on down from Huntsville to Albertville to Gadsden. Gadsden's in the snow now, between Gadsden and Birmingham. So you've got snow all the way down to the I-20 corridor. They're in the eastern half of Alabama. How about that? Snow in the deep south. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, speaking of Betty White, yep. There she is. Yeah, I was watching some of her. They had like compilations of some of her bloopers and whatnot from that Hot in Cleveland show. I mean, this is all in just the last few years, and she was, even at that age, she was still very witty, very funny. And she hadn't lost it upstairs, which is amazing at the age of 99. How about that? Farewell to Betty White. All right, on my screen it says, this is Rob Funk about the weather. Who we got on the line?
This is just Rob. I don't know where the funk came from. But just like everybody else says, back for the first time of the new year and
there
everything.
You go. How was your New Year's weekend, Rob?
Not too bad. Just sitting around the house, not doing a whole heck of a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm down here by Hampton right now. It's still 48 degrees and lightly raining. But on the way back, I'm waiting for, like Horse Feather said, the loneliest hour, because I've got to go right back through there to go up to Martinsburg, West Virginia on the way back. But with the weather, two things. One, the political weather, it's going to change where I'm at here in Virginia in the next couple of days because, they flipped the state, so we're going to see how that goes in the next couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
See if it goes for the better real quick. And then something I think Horse Feathers forgot about when he called in a few short years ago, all the people that left their cars on the highway or wherever they were, right there in the Washington, D.C. area, Baltimore area, because of the snow. So I'm hoping for his sake and my sake that people actually, if they're going to leave their cars, they actually put it to the shoulder or something.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know if you remember that a couple years ago, people stuck in their cars for 10, 12 hours. They were snowed in, and some of them just decided to leave them there.
I think in many cases they start to run out of gas if they weren't prepared for the storm, and yeah, they just abandon their vehicle to go find warmth somewhere.
Well, and on top of that, all the people get on the roads this morning for the first snow in this area, and well, the speed limit said 70 mile an hour, so common sense doesn't apply anymore.
No. Don't want to do 70 in the heavy snow. Bad idea.
Yep. Well, I'm almost to my destination stuff, so I just want to check in real quick.
Hey, all right. Well, hey, good to have you with us for another year, Rob. Thanks for listening in. And maybe if you do turn things around and you got the heavy snow coming down, you can give us a full report later on in the program. A very strange symptom from the Omicron variant has emerged. According to the senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres, says that people are reporting night sweats, which is a very strange symptom that they say they're having. They said if you start getting sick, essentially, you have to assume it's COVID unless you test otherwise. And by that, I mean, make sure you isolate yourself and get a test. Make sure it's not COVID. But he said that the night sweats apparently were indicative of the Omicron variant. Scratchy throat, mild muscle aches, extreme tiredness, dry cough, and night sweats. All 5 symptoms. Yeah, those kind of drenching night sweats where you might have to get up and change your clothes, he says. All right, let me see. Dr. Angelique Cotis, who first broke the news of the variant, has also sided with the notion that symptoms for Omicron are often very, very mild compared to the other strains. There you go. We close things out for hour number 2. Back to your calls just ahead. Buckwheat got you coming up next. Eagle back on the line here on a Monday, and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The Omicron variant now accounts for 60% of COVID cases in the United States. but it's going to get worse before it gets better, according to former FDA Director Scott Gottlieb, who appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Places that have been hard hit early, like the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, New England, Florida, parts of the Pacific Northwest, may be 2 weeks away from peaking, but the rest of the country probably faces a hard month ahead of us. I don't think you're going to start to see a national peak until we get into February, because there's parts of the country that really haven't been hard hit by Omicron yet.
Weathermen say, look out, a sneaky storm from the south will be swinging northward and strengthening to blast part of the mid-Atlantic region with a heavy dose of snow. Forecasters say severe cold and heavy snow make returning home from the holidays along Interstate 95 treacherous. Make travel plans accordingly. This is USA Radio News.
You know, if you feel like you're stuck with a healthcare plan that isn't affordable or you simply don't like it, right now is a great time to switch to MediShare. The typical family saves $500 or more per month with MediShare, and what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate when compared to health insurance. Double. You get access to a massive network of providers and 24/7 telehealth. And MediShare is the most trusted name in healthcare sharing. It's been around for more than 25 years. And it's more than just affordable health care, too. You get to be part of a community of Christians who pray for each other and support each other. But here's why now is the time to make the switch. Join before January 15th, and they'll waive your new member fee. So you'll save another $170 right off the bat. Call now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is January 15th, so you can save even more. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Thousands of air travelers are facing another day of flight cancellations or delays. Jeremy Scott reports.
More than 2,000 flights a day in or out of the United States over New Year's weekend were canceled. Thousands more delayed due to the winter weather and staffing shortages.
Our flight was at 6:30 this morning, and we waited, and the crew supposedly didn't show up.
WDIV television talking to travelers at Detroit Metro Airport.
I've been canceled twice this morning, and by the way, the agents, they've been very helpful under very trying conditions.
Chicago's O'Hare International and Denver International Airport feeling the most impact with flight cancellations.
One of the 3 people reported missing in the Marshall Fire in Colorado has been found alive. A man from Louisville who was unaware he was reported missing. Search crews continue to look for 2 people who are still unaccounted for. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A woman who became ill during a flight had to make some tough choices when she realized she had the coronavirus.
A passenger on a flight from Chicago to Iceland says she had to quarantine in the airplane bathroom for 3 hours following a positive COVID test. Marissa Fadio says despite having received 2 negative tests prior to takeoff, she started feeling sick mid-flight and took a test that came back positive. She then decided to stay in the bathroom for the remainder of the flight to safeguard the health of the rest of the passengers. After landing in Iceland, she was sent to a Red Cross hotel for a 10-day quarantine. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
New Mexico officials have rescued all 21 people who were trapped in tramway cars near Albuquerque overnight on Friday during icy conditions. The passengers had been trapped in 2 different cars while descending the Sandia Peak tramway. Officials say they had to suspend the rescue until the severe weather cleared. The passengers were all employees of the tram and a restaurant on the peak, and that the tram cars were stocked with emergency heating blankets, food, and other supplies. Those spending the night there showed pictures on social media. The local fire department said in a statement on Twitter that everyone who had been trapped on the tram had finally been rescued. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Monday, everybody's favorite day of the week, right? Hey, but it's a new year. And we're here once again. Meanwhile, last Thursday, New Year's Eve, we were highlighting the incredible wildfire that ripped through suburbs of Boulder. And over the weekend, Colorado officials say nearly 1,000 homes and other structures were ultimately destroyed. Hundreds more damaged. And there are now 2 missing. Early yesterday, it was 3. One individual was accounted for. Still looking for 2. Boulder County Sheriff said that investigators are still trying to find the cause of the wind-whipped blaze. They did not find any power lines down where the fire broke out. They initially thought that may have been the case. Now, they did say we're pursuing a number of tips. They had executed a search warrant at one particular location. They did not give details. Declined to provide the name, but confirmed one property was under investigation in Boulder County's Marshall Mesa area. A region of open grassland about 2 miles west of the hard-hit town of Superior. National Guard Humvee was blocking access to the property, which was only one of several under investigation right now. But that number of 1,000 buildings included destroyed barns, outbuildings, and other structures, but the vast majority said were actually homes. Well, authorities had earlier said no one was missing, but he said that that was due to the confusion, which is kind of inherent when agencies are scrambling to manage an emergency and get all the details together. They were organizing cadaver teams to search for the missing in the Superior area and in unincorporated Boulder County. That task was being complicated with all the debris from the destroyed structures, which were then covered by 8 to 10 inches of snow that storm had dumped overnight. I can't help but wonder, had that snow arrived maybe 2 days earlier, damage probably wouldn't have been nearly what they saw, right? You had had 8 to 10 inches of snow on all those roofs and whatnot, and that's the way the blaze was just spreading embers from other homes burning, landing, and the shingles catch, and up she goes. What a way to end the year of 2021, though, for so many residents there in the Boulder area. Meanwhile, back to your calls. Buckwheat, what's happening? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, too, Steve. Yes, first time I'm calling here. I've been wanting to call for a while and introduce myself. I've been listening for, I don't know how many years I've been listening to you, but yeah, I appreciate your weather and your news that you share.
You're more than welcome. That's what we're here to do, try to keep you informed.
Well, you do a very good job at it, and I work for a company here I run from Denver, Pennsylvania, all the way to New York City every day, and have fun up there. And yeah, last week was the first time they put the card in effect, and there's only one place that even asked to see my card, and I don't have a card, so I wasn't allowed in the building. They made me pay for a lumper service.
What they wanted, like the vaccination card?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard on the news that Chicago's doing the same thing.
Yes,
so,
sir.
But,
yep.
Yeah. I had COVID once way back 2 Julys ago, and it was, for me, it was not that bad, but I know some people it is a lot worse. But
yep.
Yeah. So yeah, you did. About 3-4 years ago, I put a post on Facebook one time about a traffic backup on 78 because of snow, and you shared it, and that was when you said that I was going to be next. I was at the same location, so I just thought that was sort of comical how that worked out.
How about that? Yeah. Well, I mean, since you're a first-time caller here on the first show of the year, yeah, you get a code. Are you a user of Hot Shot Secret products at this point?
Yes, I do need to stock up my supply. I have I've used the Stiction Eliminator and also the Gasoline Extreme, and I have some transmission shifting problems in my pickup truck, so I wouldn't mind trying the transmission.
The
whatever they call that.
Shift Restore. Yes, that's an amazing product. Yeah, get you a bottle of that, definitely.
Oh, yeah. It's just one of those things that today I wasn't able to find the keys to my pickup truck and had to wake up the wife there, and that's never so good. But anyhow, we'll have to make amends tomorrow. Yeah, when I'm off. But yeah. Anyhow, but yeah, I also this weekend I signed up for go to the Mid-American Truck Show. I never was there either, so I put my registration in, and hopefully I can see you out there.
In Louisville, yep, that's right. Remind people, yes, registration is open. I believe it's truckingshow.com is the website. That's what it's been for years. Truckingshow.com.
Yeah, so yeah, it's I just love listening to you, and I appreciate you and all the other comical characters that come on the show here that keep me awake on my way to New York City.
Well, it's great to hear from you after all these years, Buckwheat. I appreciate you being out there listening in. Now don't be a stranger. And if you've never been to that Mid-America Truck Show, you're in for a real treat. I mean, yeah, wear some comfortable walking shoes. Don't buy a new pair of shoes. You'll have blisters all over your feet.
Oh, that's something that I'm used to right now. This past year, I did a lot of walking. I've been on a journey. I've lost 65 pounds in the last 13 months.
Wow, congratulations.
So I've been walking. Well, thank you. I've been walking about, the most I did in a month was 300 miles. So, yeah, I've been doing a lot of walking. That's nothing a stranger to me. Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, if we don't talk to you before, hopefully, we'll run into you there at the Mid-America. We're looking to have a big presence with Hot Shot Secret and meet all the cast of characters and whatnot that'll be stopping by. Yes, sir.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited. We're going to sort of like put that into our 30th anniversary trip. So my wife agreed to come along, and we're going to do some other things that she wants to do. But so yeah, it's we'll see what happens.
All right. Well, I've got your number here. We're going to get you a code via text message that'll get you $60 off your next order at hotshotsecret.com.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and Happy New Year. There you go. Yeah, they will be celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Mid-America Truck Show. And if you haven't circled the dates on your calendar just yet, it's just around March 24th through the 26th. Almost here. Wow. It'll be the first time in 3 years we've all had a chance to get together. So, yeah, looking forward to. It's always been almost like a little family reunion when everybody comes together. There in Louisville, people that you see typically, maybe just that one time per year, or in some cases, if they may have joined us on one of our cruises over the years, might get to see them a little more often. But there you go, looking at 17 past the hour, and it's 844-844-3388 to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, earlier, Eagle brought up this jackwagon, the Buccaneers. Wide receiver Antonio Brown, who is no longer a member of the team, took off his shoulder pads and his jersey, ran across the end zone, and headed into the locker room like midway through the third quarter of the game, middle of the game. Of course, there's plenty of video that captured the event. Buccaneers were losing 24-10 at the time, and they were driving downfield on offense, but Brown was not among the players in the game at the time. Apparently, they say he just he blew a gasket. He boiled over about something and could not be convinced to stay with the team on the sideline. There was a fellow receiver, Mike Evans, that tried to keep him from taking off his shoulder pads. He was then seen in the end zone making a peace out gesture to the crowd while the game was ongoing on the other side of the field. Yeah, the Bucs rallied to win the game 28-24. When the head coach was asked about Brown in the post-game press conference, he responded, "He is no longer a Buck." All right, that's the end of the story. Let's talk about the guys who went out there and won the game. That's all he had to say. Yeah, the 33-year-old has a trail of off-the-field incidents distractions, some legal trouble, going all the way back to the start of his career with the Steelers. Most recently, he was suspended 3 games by the NFL this year for falsifying a COVID-19 vaccine card. Spent the first half of the 2020 season suspended for multiple violations of the NFL's personal conduct policy. Turned himself into police in Florida back in January last year. Charges of battery, burglary of an unoccupied conveyance, and criminal mischief. Okay, so he's had his fair share of troubles, and I don't know what's his net worth? How many millions has he made in his career? And maybe he feels like, yeah, screw you, I don't need it, I got enough money, and yeah, we'll see. But it sounds like, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's banned from the NFL completely after that conduct this past day, especially with the checkered history he had to begin with. But all right, Eagles back on the line. I wanted to talk about truck drivers, I believe, this time around.
Yeah, I'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, since you had brung up that loser, this Brown guy, I wanted to say a couple things about him right quick since you were talking about him.
Sure.
Yeah, Steve, this guy here, he's had more than enough chances. He was on a good Pittsburgh Steelers team. You know, Mike Tomlin, one of the better coaches in the NFL, he couldn't even get along with him or Ben Roethlisberger or anybody else on that team. And, you know, it's even a slap in the face to Tom Brady, you know, the best player in the history of football, quarterback or whatever, any other position, 7 championship rings. Tom Brady, he tried to bring him into New England when he was there a couple of years ago, and he messed that situation up. And he got kicked off the team with the Patriots. And then when Tom Brady left to go to Tampa Bay, he made sure that he gave Brown, that's the only reason he got a job with Tampa Bay was because of Tom Brady. Tom Brady even allowed the guy to stay in his house to try to, you know, get his life together. And he still turned out to be a troublemaker. So as far as I'm concerned, his NFL career is to be over. What he did today was uncalled for. You know, running off the field with no shirt on, that's not a good look for him or the NFL. And you just can't have players conducting themselves like that. And his career could come to a close today. He even won. As a matter of fact, he won a Super Bowl championship last year. He was a part of that Tampa Bay team, and this is the way he conducts himself. So it should be over for him. He has no pride in himself or anybody else as far as I'm concerned. So he's a waste of time. Now let's move on to this other situation, Steve. One other thing before I get to the truck driving deal. Back to the coronavirus deal, Steve. Hey, I want to ask you a question. You know, with all these different rules and stuff that they got for these restaurants, you know, they saying that you got to provide in Illinois, you have to provide a vaccination card to enter these businesses. But, I don't understand what these people, how they can say that they think that's going to prevent an outbreak at their restaurant by not allowing in.
Right.
When the virus has an incubation period, you could have a virus inside of your body and not even know it and not even test positive. You could walk into this restaurant. You could walk into this restaurant today and test negative, and then a couple of days later you test positive. So, like I told you in the first call, Steve, it makes no sense. It's not going to work. All they're doing is costing themselves business is what they're doing. And because a lot of people that are unvaccinated are not going to attend these restaurants. So in the long run, they're only hurting themselves, and they're definitely not preventing the virus, no matter what they think. Because Steve, when you have these type of businesses, don't you agree with that, Steve? That if somebody enters your restaurant, yes, he might have a vaccination card, but he might have been vaccinated 5 months ago. But when is the last time that guy been tested for the vaccine? So
Sure.
just because you got Just because you got a vaccination card don't mean you don't have the virus. Am I right or wrong?
Well, that's true. And Antonio Brown had a falsified vaccine card anyway.
Oh yeah. Like I say, the list is so long on that guy. I couldn't. That's why I ain't even waste my time going down the list of all the troubles that guy has been through. But yeah, that's one of his other. He even lied about his vaccination card. But don't you agree with what I just said about the vaccination, Steve? If you have a vaccination card and you want to go into a restaurant, but when is the last time that guy has been tested for the coronavirus?
Correct.
So what
it makes
that vaccination card basically means nothing. What'd you say?
It makes no difference because we've known for many, many months even the vaccinated can contract the virus and shed it and pass it just as well, just as easily as the unvaccinated. I mean, look at the number of people that have it right now. I mean, hell, it's probably 50-50, vaccinated versus unvaccinated. Maybe not as far as people in the hospital, but there's millions of vaccinated people out there with it right now.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say, with these different restaurants and businesses in New York State and Illinois that are trying to require vaccination cards to enter their businesses. It makes no sense. And it's basically a waste of time. They're not controlling anything as far as I'm concerned. Now, let's get back to this other deal, Steve. We talked before the end of the year about this truck driver that had killed those people on the runaway. His brakes went out on him in Colorado. Okay, now they're saying that due to pressure from outside sources, the judge or the prosecutor or whoever the hell's in charge has reduced the sentence of this man. I don't know how far he reduced it to, but
10
due
years.
to the pressures of other people complaining about it.
It was the governor. The governor actually commuted his sentence, and he cut it down to 10 years.
Wait a minute. You say he only got to go to jail for 10 years?
Correct. The governor commuted his sentence, and he made it 10 years. He has a possibility of parole in, I believe it's 5 or 6 years.
No, that makes no sense whatsoever. That guy there, he should never be able to walk out of a jail, as far as I'm concerned. 10 years for what this man did. Like I said, Steve, he neglected his truck. He didn't check his brakes out. He didn't even attempt, like you say, he drove into the cars when he got down to the bottom. Instead of trying to avoid the stop cars at the bottom of the mountain, he drove into these vehicles, and he could have possibly avoided this situation. For the governor to do what he did, he should be kicked out of, he should lose his job as far as I'm concerned, Steve. 10 years for the amount of life this man took. I don't know how many lives, I forgot how many lives this man took.
4. For
him to only serve 10 years in jail is totally irresponsible for the governor of Colorado. And I can't believe that he did what he did. It makes absolutely no sense. Yeah, the sentence that he got before, it was way too much time because he's not going to live 2 or 3 lifetimes. You and I both know that. But as far as I'm concerned, he shouldn't have never got out of a jail cell the rest of his life. But for 10 years, it's way too low amount of time for what this man has done. And I totally disagree with what the governor of Colorado has done. And it's just sickening. But like I say, that's just another thing, like I told you the other night, Steve, of this so-called woke America that we live in now. It seems like you have to really do something bad before something you suffer the consequences. I went over the list of all the things that don't transpire in the last few months of the year. It's a shame that we live in a country where you can kill people like that and only get 10 years. That's a damn shame. Oh, and I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle, thank you much. And welcome to a new week, a Monday, and we'll return following a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The CDC may be changing some of their regulations.
After the CDC revised its guidance on isolation for asymptomatic COVID-19 patients, Dr. Anthony Fauci on CNN's State of the Union indicating that federal health officials are considering an amendment.
There has been some concern about why we don't ask people at that 5-day period to get tested. That is something that is now under consideration. The CDC is very well aware that there has been some pushback about that.
The CDC in its revision shortening that isolation timeline from 10 days to 5.
Another day of major flight cancellations in the U.S. FlightAware is reporting over 2,400 flights were canceled due to bad weather and understaffing due to COVID-19. This is USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can. making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, thank you much, and welcome back. Monday, a brand new week. Good to have you on board. Let me see. Some of our listening friends checking in. Hello, Tina. Is it snowing there yet? It's a sister down in northwest Georgia. She's having to work tonight. She's afraid that she's going to be stuck at work all day because they're going to get, they're 4, I think 1 to 3 is the forecast. But as I said, we're talking northwest Georgia and everything shuts down. You're going to have to spend the day there at the job, right? Nobody going to be able to make it in to relieve her in the morning. I don't know. Has the changeover has the transition taken place yet? I was looking at the radar a little bit ago here, and I'll refresh things in northwest Georgia. I know Dade County had made the that's that northwestern most county there, just south of the Chattanooga line in northwest Georgia, and they live in Walker County. Yeah, I'm zooming in. Looks like. Okay, I'll see. The transition line. Where are we at this hour? All right, almost down to Dalton, yeah, so it's definitely made the transition from Lafayette. It's Lafayette, Georgia, but Lafayette, Indiana, and Lafayette, Louisiana. Chickamauga, it's snowing. It's the changeover is taking place along I-75 there. So from Chattanooga to Traverse City, all the way up to McMinnville, to Sparta, Tennessee. Snow. All right, have fun. But isn't it pretty? They don't get a whole lot of snow down there. Hello to Joe checking in from Great Falls, Montana. 22 degrees there. Frank's on board. Copying the mail, Chevy guy. Sitting at the home 20 tonight. He's got an appointment at the VA today. All right. Hope all goes well. Hello to Matt. Morning. Headed to Nashville. Stay safe and get her done. And there's Walt. Morning, Steve, and a Happy New Year from Pennsylvania. Good to have you with us. Does anybody still own a BlackBerry device? You remember those? That was going to be kind of the early days of more like the flip phones and whatnot. Memory serves. Didn't Barack Obama have a BlackBerry device? And the Secret Service wanted to take it from him, and he didn't want to give up his BlackBerry because he used it for so many things. I think he had to finally make the transition. But if you do still have a BlackBerry device, software will cease to reliably function as of Tuesday, January the 4th, according to the announcement on Friday, as another milestone in the BlackBerry journey. We will be taking steps to decommission the legacy services for BlackBerry 7.1 operating system and earlier BlackBerry 10 software, BlackBerry Playbook operating system 2.1, and earlier versions with an end-of-life or termination date, January 4. As of this date, devices running these services and software through either carrier or Wi-Fi connections will no longer reliably function, including for data, phone calls, text messages, or even 911 functionality. We thank our many loyal customers and partners over the years, and we invite you to learn more about how BlackBerry provides intelligent security software and services to enterprises and governments around the world. So they announced several years ago that they were going to transition from a software company, saying that at the time that support for their devices, BlackBerry 10 devices and the BlackBerry networks would be discontinued in January of 2022. So, like I said, I don't know. Does anybody even have a BlackBerry anymore? It is 844-844-3388. Well, Happy New Year, Pappy.
2022, baby.
Yes, sir.
Old Hillary, you don't have to sweat. Oh, my goodness.
Hey, adjust your microphone. You're not there. Check 1, check 2.
You got me?
There you go. That's better.
All right. 2022, baby. Hey, listen. Hillary don't have to sweat no more, Steve. How much did she pay BlackBerry, right?
Yeah.
To do all this? He's the one taking the hammers to the BlackBerries.
Was that the kind of device? I forgot. Were those the devices she used? BlackBerry devices?
Yes, sir. She's off the hook come January 4, man. Hey, listen. Let me ask you something, Steve. How long is that? We talk about the vaccines, how long they're good for. You can get a vaccine, don't mean you don't have COVID.
Yep.
You can take a test, Steve, and how long is it good for? Right?
Well, I mean, technically, I can test before I go to Kroger today and then go to Kroger and pick it up and then be positive the next day, I would assume.
Absolutely, Steve. That's the point. These airlines, these cruises, these establishments are saying, provide a vaccine or, a negative test in last week, right? Steve, you can take a test and the next person you come in contact with, that test is now invalid, man. You can literally walk out your door, right?
Mm-hmm.
Go to the store and come back. That test is now invalid. So what? This whole testing thing's a joke, too. Come on. Man, real quick, then I want to get to something else. Steve, I had the pleasure of talking to the great American Eagle. Going back a couple of years, I was up there visiting, up there in the booth with Bradley, right?
Right.
And the phone rings. Bradley said, "Hang on a second, Pappy." "Hey, Eagle, how you doing?" "Okay." I put him on hold. I said, "Man, I got to talk to Eagle." "Give me the phone, Bradley. I got to talk to Eagle." I wonder if he remembers that. Real quick, Steve, and I'll get off of here because I'm working. Tech tyrants are at it again, Steve. Tell me if you heard.
The tyrants, okay.
Tech tyrants are at it again. Well, we know what they can do. They already banned the most powerful man in the world at one point, the President of the United States. They kicked him off Twitter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they just kicked somebody else off Twitter, Steve. Dr. Robert Malone.
Correct. Creator of the mRNA vaccine technology, who's been speaking out for the past year and a half, saying this was never intended to be a mass vaccination product, and we surely should not be giving it to children, he said.
Absolutely. That's what he said. They don't like it. Steve, this man has probably, if I had to guess, more experience practicing medicine, right? Especially in this field than Fauci does. Fauci doesn't do nothing but hand out our taxpayers'
money,
dollars to his people. He's a money launderer is what he is, Steve. But listen, Malone, the inventor of this, is world renowned, Steve. And Twitter's like, nope, you're not going with our narrative. we're going to ban you. Yep. He put out a video. I don't know if you've seen it. I can text it to you, but you have to go to Rumble to see it. I don't know if you downloaded that app or not, but he put out a video. He said, "Listen, I got the vaccine, right?
And I recommend it for the elderly. I recommend it for the immunocompromised. It has saved millions of lives." That's what his narrative has been.
Yes. And this video is one of the reasons they banned him, Steve. He came out and said, "Listen, I'm talking as a parent now. Do not let your children get vaccinated." He came out and strongly recommended that you do not let your children take this vaccine. And he gave the reasons why. Something else. I will send it to you. I don't know if you got the Rumble, if you downloaded the Rumble app or not. I don't know if you have to have the app, but I will text it to you on your phone.
Okay.
Not through Messenger, but on your phone, and see if you're able to play it. It's only about 3 minutes long. Check it out. With that, Steve, let's have a great new year. We'll get through it. Maybe in the next coming days, I want to talk about China a little bit. So with that, have a good night. Appreciate you taking my call.
All right. Happy New Year. Be safe out there. Back on the job after a few days off. Yeah, for Christmas into the new year. All right. Who else checking in here? Paul says, "So good to hear y'all." Thank you very much. James said, "I'm seeing some transformers blow up here in Woodstock, Georgia, with that blue tinted look. Kind of looks like lightning." Have you seen I don't think you haven't seen the transition to the freezing rain or anything yet, have you? Just some heavy rain and winds, maybe power lines getting crossed up. Buckwheat, who checked in earlier. "Hello, Steve, from Indianapolis. A chilly night here." Walt says, I used one. It's BlackBerry devices. "I used one for work a long time ago. BlackBerry phone. When I did auto glass for like 30 years. Okay. I forgot Hillary had BlackBerry devices. Which, yes, they did destroy with friggin' hammers. Nothing to worry about here. Pay no attention. We're not hiding anything. We're just destroying our phones with hammers." We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Burnley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, Horse Feathers brought up the numbers out of Baltimore. Yeah, ringing in the new year already had 2 shot and killed. Happy New Year! How sad is that? Well, we ended 2021. Any guesses on how many lost their lives in Chicago? Let's just say 2021 was one of the most violent on record in that city. Yeah, more people dead than any single year in a quarter century. According to the numbers released by the police department Saturday, the year 2021 ended with 797 dead homicides. Now, that's 25 more than 2020, nearly 300 more than 2019, and the most since 1976. There were a total of 3,561 shooting incidents in 2021. That's 300 more than 2020 and 1,400 more shooting incidents than they saw in 2019. Other cities have also seen an increase in the number of homicides, but Chicago, as it has in previous years, ended 21 with more homicides than any other city in the United States, including New York and Los Angeles, both of which recorded at least 300 fewer homicides than Chicago. We all know it's been a challenging year here in the city of Chicago, says the police superintendent. Too many families are reeling from the loss of loved ones due to senseless gun violence. The bulk of these homicides are the result of conflicts between rival gangs. He's tried to highlight some positive statistics when discussing the monthly crime numbers. He said, for example, the department cleared 400 homicides, a total that was higher than any year in nearly 20 years. Now, Saturday's news release did not specify how many of those cleared homicides were committed in previous years, but reported that the clearance rate for the killings was just under 50%. Yeah, 2022, how many shootings did we see over the New Year's weekend, I wonder? I bet I could pull some of those numbers from the Chicago Tribune, something along that line. Meanwhile, we've got lines available at 844-844-3388. How was your New Year's weekend there in Florida, Philip?
Oh, it was great. We had great weather. I hear we got some coming across that us pretty soon here. Here a little bit later this morning, we're going to get some rain up through here. You see that on your radar there, Steve?
I am zooming out. Yeah, there's a line of shots. It's a pretty thin line right now that extends from right about Jacksonville down to be pushing into Tampa here in the next hour.
Yeah, that's clear over here where I'm at now. I'm in Altamont Springs right now. But you were talking about the blackberries. Obsolete software and everything is going that way with BlackBerry. Do you remember the Nextel, Steve?
Yeah, I mean, Nextel, they were the first that sponsored NASCAR, right? Then it went to the Sprint Cup. It was Nextel Cup and then Sprint Cup.
Okay, so they had the push to talk. Well, down here at Disney, we've that obsolete technology, the Blackberries and the Nextel and all that stuff, believe it or not, it's used a lot in business, and we still use a lot of that technology today. We just had to find out different people that had it. The push-to-talk technology, we actually used that with our train system at Disney for years with Nextel, and then we switched over to different companies. Motorola is one of the ones we work with now that had got it, and then we just recently switched over to another company called Sonar, which works with AT&T to get that push-to-talk function so we can actually talk to each other when we're in the trains. The BlackBerries, Disney had the BlackBerries until 2016, and then they put everybody on an iPhone that had a BlackBerry. So all of our management team had BlackBerries back until 2016, and then they went into the iPhone technology after that. So, I mean, that obsolete technology is still out there. What Windows do you have on your computer right now, Steve? What version of the operating system?
Honestly, I'm not sure because Josh set all this up for me. I'm not sure what we're running on.
Well, I'll put it to you this way. There were some systems that were being run by XP in our place until 2017, 2018. We had XP in some of our stuff, depending on what it was. And everything now is up to about 7. They're trying to get everything to go to 10, but the problem with it is a lot of the stuff is so much strain on a processor that we had to change all the hardware and a lot of the equipment down at Disney. So every time one of these operating systems updates, just like your BlackBerry, when that stuff goes obsolete, companies like Disney have to find an alternative to it to keep things running, depending on what it is. A lot of people don't look at it like that. I remember when I first went to work there, we had equipment running Windows NT, which was obsolete back in the 90s, and it was still running equipment at Disney. So, you know, there's a lot of big companies that do that. It's kind of like the guys back in the old days when they buy a truck and they try to get 15, 20 years out of a truck. It's kind of the same thing, you know? Mm-hmm. So that obsolete technology is out there, you know. As far as Chicago goes, Bud, how many people actually live in Chicago?
I don't know those numbers. I'm probably several million, I'm guessing.
Okay, so you say several million, right? And you said how many? And many passed away in the shootings last year. 797.
Yeah, dead, and 3,000 and some were shot, but yeah, 790 something dead.
Okay, so now I'm starting to sound like COVID statistics right now. And you know what? Some of that statistics is probably handled the same way. If you look at it, you have 2 or 3 million people, and you lose 800 people. We'll just use 800 as a rough number. That percentage is not as high as you think it is. I mean, I'm not saying it should be there. One person gone is definitely there shouldn't be anybody shot at all. But if you look at the statistics, you know, and do it by the numbers, they're a lot lower than what people think. I mean, for the people that live there. But on the same token, it shouldn't be happening. And the gangs are never going to leave Chicago. And I'm going to use another COVID reference. We know what the word variant means, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the gangs today are no more than a variant of the gangs that started this years ago with the Mafia and all the other gangs that were there back in the 20s. So the gangs that are there today are variants of the Crips and the Bloods that were back there in the 70s and the 80s. You know, the gangs are never going to leave Chicago. It's never going to be. There's always going to be some form of gang there in Chicago. I know I lived there for 12 years, just outside the city, and I saw it. I worked in it daily. There is never going to be it. I mean, and the law enforcement is working with the gangs. So everything is so interwoven in their system there. They'll never get it out of there. And the only way to get it out of there would be completely knock it down, and they're not going to do that, because if they knock it down, that's going to hurt somebody's kid that's on the street dealing drugs. And when that happens, mom's going to get mad, and everybody's going to get upset. You're going to have a situation that's a lot bigger than George Floyd. So, But that's all I got to say today, bud. I know you're on top of the hour, and I got to get you going here. So you have a good one, and hopefully 22 turns out to be better. Thanks,
all right.
bud.
And the number is 2.71 million, so closer to 3 million than 2. The population of Chicago. Hey, I just happened to glance over to see if we've seen any severe weather, because we still have that tornado watch that's supposed to run till right about now for parts of South Carolina and southern Georgia. And sure enough, up until, I hadn't seen anything since we started the program, but we do have a tornado warning that was just issued about 5 minutes ago for Bamberg County and Orangeburg County in central South Carolina. Radar indicated tornado moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This dangerous storm will be near Orangeburg, the Orangeburg County Airport, South Carolina State University, as well as Chafflin College and Edisto Gardens at approximately 3:15 a.m., just a few minutes from now. So, again, radar indicated tornado on the eastern side of our storm system, where you don't have to get too far back to the west, and the transition to snow. So we still have the clash of the air masses taking place in the middle and upper levels of the atmosphere. Now, even aside from that, we've got lots of heavy rain stretching from Spartanburg to Rock Hill, South Carolina, down Interstate 77. Again, all the way down to Orangeburg. I'm looking at that cell there with the tornado is, the warning has been issued there. So, all right, Bamberg, Orangeburg, that's the zone where seeing the rotation in that system. And we'll return following a news update. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The Omicron variant now accounts for 60% of COVID cases in the United States. But it's going to get worse before it gets better, according to former FDA Director Scott Gottlieb, who appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Places that have been hard hit early, like the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, New England, Florida, parts of the Pacific Northwest, may be 2 weeks away from peaking, but the rest of the country probably faces a hard month ahead of us. I don't think you're going to start to see a national peak until we get into February, because there's parts of the country that really haven't been hard hit by Omicron yet.
Weathermen say, look out, a sneaky storm from the south will be swinging northward and strengthening to blast part of the mid-Atlantic region with a heavy dose of snow. Forecasters say severe cold and heavy snow make returning home from the holidays along Interstate 95 treacherous. Make travel plans accordingly. This is USA Radio News.
You know, if you feel like you're stuck with a healthcare plan that isn't affordable or you simply don't like it, right now is a great time to switch to MediShare. The typical family saves $500 or more per month with MediShare, and what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate when compared to health insurance. Double. You get access to a massive network of providers and 24/7 telehealth. And MediShare is the most trusted name in healthcare sharing. It's been around for more than 25 years. And it's more than just affordable health care, too. You get to be part of a community of Christians who pray for each other and support each other. But here's why now is the time to make the switch. Join before January 15th, and they'll waive your new member fee. So you'll save another $170 right off the bat. Call now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is January 15th, so you can save even more. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Thousands of air travelers are facing another day of flight cancellations or delays. Jeremy Scott reports.
More than 2,000 flights a day in or out of the United States over New Year's weekend were canceled. Thousands more delayed due to the winter weather and staffing shortages.
Our flight was at 6:30 this morning, and we waited, and the crew supposedly didn't show up.
WDIV television talking to travelers at Detroit Metro Airport.
I've been canceled twice this morning, and by the way, the agents, they've been very helpful under very trying conditions.
Chicago's O'Hare International and Denver International Airport feeling the most impact with flight cancellations.
One of the 3 people reported missing in the Marshall Fire in Colorado has been found alive. a man from Louisville who was unaware he was reported missing. Search crews continue to look for 2 people who are still unaccounted for. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A woman who became ill during a flight had to make some tough choices when she realized she had the coronavirus.
A passenger on a flight from Chicago to Iceland says she had to quarantine in the airplane bathroom for 3 hours following a positive COVID test. Marissa Fadio says despite having received 2 negative tests prior to takeoff, she started feeling sick mid-flight and took a test that came back positive. She then decided to stay in the bathroom for the remainder of the flight to safeguard the health of the rest of the passengers. After landing in Iceland, she was sent to a Red Cross hotel for a 10-day quarantine. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
New Mexico officials have rescued all 21 people who were trapped in tramway cars near Albuquerque overnight on Friday during icy conditions. The passengers had been trapped in 2 different cars while descending the Sandia Peak tramway. Officials say they had to suspend the rescue until the severe weather cleared. The passengers were all employees of the tram and a restaurant on the peak, and that the tram cars were stocked with emergency heating blankets, food, and other supplies. Those spending the night there showed pictures on social media. The local fire department said in a statement on Twitter that everyone who had been trapped on the tram had finally been rescued. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, I could have asked Philip about that when I had him on the line, but I forgot. It's the Sunset Skyway Bridge. You familiar with that? It's very beautiful, all lit up in yellow. Now, for the next week, they say, the Sunset Skyway Bridge connecting Pinellas and Manatee counties will be lit up yellow to bring awareness to the Move Over law there in the state of Florida. January is Move Over month. According to the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, we all should be familiar, the Move Over law mandating the drivers move over for emergency vehicles stopped along the road. If you cannot leave the lane closest to the emergency or service vehicle, you must slow to a speed that is at least 20 miles per hour lower than the posted speed limit. It was scheduled to start at the rest area on the Sunshine Skyway and travel southbound from St. Petersburg. And of course, as we all too well know, because we share these stories on a regular basis, every year, far too many law enforcement officers, emergency workers, sanitation workers, wrecker drivers, utility service workers are killed or injured along our highways. The roadside is one of the most dangerous places on earth to work. According to the Florida Public Affairs Director, AAA, the Auto Club Group, says, please protect those that protect us by giving them room or slowing down when it's not possible. Move over month. Every day should be move over day. You'd be amazed how many people aren't even familiar with that. Or just be out there on the side of the road with your emergency flashers on with a flat tire. And notice how many people will be blowing past you, not slowing down, like it's no big deal. Yep, there you go. Hey, there, Philip dialed us back up there. Well, welcome back, sir. Are you familiar with that bridge?
Oh, everybody should be familiar with that bridge, Steve. I can't remember when it was. It had to have been I guess either in the 80s when that bridge fell down. If you look at the history on that bridge.
Really?
They actually had a Greyhound bus fell off that bridge was hit by a ship. It was either a ship or a barge. I can't remember the exact story. I know of it. And knocked that bridge down, and they had to rebuild that bridge completely. So the bridge that you're seeing today was a brand new bridge that they built way back when. And you have to look that up in your Google there, Steve. Skyway Bridge Falls.
Okay.
Is all you need to have to put in it. But it's a tall bridge. It's a big bridge.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big bridge that goes across the bay down there. And and you're talking about the move over law. Right now I'm on I-4. I'm running regular road speed. I'm running 60 miles an hour, and people are passing me like I'm sitting still. The biggest problem that I see down here is people carrying speed on this road, and it's always been an issue. It's an issue pretty much across the United States. It don't matter where you go. People are just carrying so much speed because they've got to get where they can, and then you add in distracted driving, and you got some poor soul that's pulled over on the side of the road trying to work on his vehicle, and somebody's paying attention to their telephone instead of paying attention to the road, and they hit that individual and kill them. I mean, we've seen an instance a few months ago, I think it's been over a year now. We had a Tesla at a construction site, had an accident in a construction site in Orlando. Police had stopped everything because of the accident, and they were having everybody shift over. And a Tesla hit the law enforcement car that was in front of the accident and almost killed 2 law enforcement officers, not to mention the people that are already in the accident hurt. It was going to hurt them more. And the girl had it on auto and didn't even take over when she came into the area, and was carrying so much speed that she just wiped out a cop car and wiped out the people that were in the accident as well too, and almost killed 2 law enforcement officers.
Wow. So
it's just stupidity. It's stupidity down here. I mean, it's when you see somebody on the side of the road, just get over. Get over. I mean, you can slow down. Absolutely. You should slow down. I believe in the state of Florida, if I'm not mistaken, if you're on a road that's up to road speed, you're supposed to stay down below 40 mile an hour, 45, 40 mile an hour. I don't know the exact law, but I know it's down there. You're supposed to. And if you cannot get over, you are supposed to slow down to that low minimum speed to go by them. A lot of people don't do that. I've seen people get over, Steve, in the left lane to avoid somebody, and then somebody behind them just go right by them in the right lane screaming and could have taken out somebody. I mean, I see it all the time. I know the guys out there, they see it all the time too as well. But yeah, I heard that when you talked my name. I'm like, I better call back in. So I appreciate it again, Steve. You have a good one. And Steve, before I go, I need you to look up something. I still got to look it up too. I got to find the background on it. There is a new gun bill that they're trying to pass in the state of Florida that's going to change the game on how you get your gun. I'm still trying to figure out the background on it. When I know more, I'll let you know. But if you get a chance, look it up too. So pretty much all I got, bud. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Thank you very much, and have a safe rest of your journey into the office this morning. All right, John, let me see here. A new year means new laws. Yeah, a lot of things kicked in over the weekend. And taxes, I think there were a number of states that raised the minimum wage to like $15 per hour to start the new year. I thought I had printed that up. There's another law that'll be kicking in here in a couple of weeks in Texas, which animal rights advocates, were celebrating when it was signed here several months ago. But starting January the 18th, unattended dogs will no longer be allowed to be restrained with chains or heavy weights outdoors in the state, becoming statewide. It's been in place in San Antonio city limits since 2017. This new law also prohibits an owner from leaving a dog without adequate shelter, shade from direct sunlight, drinking water, and an area that allows the animal to avoid standing water and exposure to excessive animal waste. Yeah, there's way too many dog owners that will chain them up in a pen, or just hook them up on a chain, and the dog will be crapping everywhere, and they never go out to clean it up. They're actually living in their own waste and leave them outdoors on a hot, sunny day with no shade and things of that nature. Too many animals die of heat stroke. So, again, the animal lovers were celebrating this. Let's see. According to this statement, if there was no outcry, it would still be something we'd be planning on working on the next legislative session. The new law bans the use of heavy weights and chains as restraints and states that dog collars must be made of material specifically designed to be placed around the neck of a dog. Also, the new law eliminates what was a 24-hour rule that previously barred law enforcement from intervening if an animal was observed in any sort of inhumane or illegal conditions. Violation of the law will be considered a Class C misdemeanor, fine up to $500. Repeat offenders would face a Class B misdemeanor. All righty, 18 past the hour, and we'll get back to your calls just ahead. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back, or welcome aboard for those who just recently joined us here on a Monday, 3rd day of January, a new year underway. Hope you had a good New Year's weekend. All right, I was double checking on that tornado warning there in South Carolina. They have not updated that, so I guess the rotation has dissipated on the radar anyway. Yeah, Chevy guy said Bamberg, South Carolina, the childhood home of one Nikki Haley. And yeah, got flood watches everywhere with those heavy rains. Hello to Norman this morning. Happy first show of the year, Steve. Thank you very much. Good to be back here behind the microphone. Tina's back with us. She says, hey, brother-in-law, I'm back. Hello. All right, you enjoying that snow? Isn't it beautiful? You had one heavy band come through. It looks like lighter snow right now. Then there's one more fairly decent heavy band that'll push through. Things will lighten up in a few hours. The cutoff line is back in north central Alabama. So you still have the wraparound effect, as they call it, though. So it'll be snowing for probably a couple of hours there. All right, that's northwest Georgia. I think the forecast is calling like for maybe an inch and a half. They're really, the biggest accumulations because you've had rain up till just the last couple of hours with the transition. It's probably melting on the roads for the most part. But the higher elevations, like above 2,000 foot level, you're going to see winds 35 miles per hour. So the snow's going to be blowing snow, whipping in the winds. So, of course, like Lookout Mountain, Signal Mountain, and eventually you get on over into northeastern Georgia, over toward the Blue Ridge Mountains and whatnot, where they have winter storm warnings in those areas. Going to see a little heavier accumulation in northeastern Georgia, north central and northeastern. See what they're talking about there. Let's pull up some of the numbers. Heavy, wet snow, accumulations 1 to 3 inches with some locally higher amounts, especially in areas above 2,000 feet. Winds there gusting as high as 45 miles per hour. So there you go. They got the winter storm warnings there. North central, northeast Georgia. Meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388. Dude, what happened to you? What the hell was the deal with you?
Oh, that beat. Oh, I got that 3-day hangover. I don't know. I remember leaving Albuquerque, getting to the airport there in Kentucky. DMA brought the bus. What a ragged out. Well, anyways, he had hot beer and cold greasy sandwiches. We went around 275, around and around and around, and next thing I know, I wake back up in Albuquerque with a note pinned to my shirt saying I had a good time.
Well, you actually showed up for a brief period of time, though. I don't think you probably remember ever even being here, but yeah, next thing I know, you just disappeared like Frosty the Snowman.
Well, the question begs, did I have a good time?
Well, maybe you would need to. What is a good time?
Oh, Lordy. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna make it for the anniversary party. Good night.
You'd probably still be hungover for that.
Note to Gilligan: no more old German. If it's going to be there, make sure it's ice cold. And make sure we have more meat on the sandwiches and brisket fat, okay? Damn. So other than that, we're doing all right. Heading back home now for a couple of days. Get out of this ice and snow. Thank goodness it's gone. And I'm glad those people on the tramway were finally rescued.
I'm hearing that. Could you imagine that being stuck out there? I mean, so I guess it must have been windy as all get out, and you're hanging up there in a gondola, or and at least it's an enclosed thing. But good golly, I mean, I guess they planned for that because they had blankets and food in there just in the event something like that were to happen?
I guess so. They're not supposed to run the tram when it's like over 20 mile an hour, and it happens to go over what they call TWA Valley. Back in 71 or 72, a TWA Airlines took off from the Albuquerque airport, and they were on instrument only because it was so foggy. They were going to eventually go to Santa Fe, but the instruments read wrong, and they crashed right in the middle. So all you can see there is a fuselage of the TWA, a little bit of it right there where that tramway goes up. So there is another way to get down from that mountain. They'd have to send somebody up in a cat, snowcat, from the ski lift area on the east side, and they could have gotten down on the east side. They would have traveled probably 9-10 miles down the mountainside going east, and then around. But that's a first for me, hearing about that tram getting shut down due to weather like that, with people getting stuck. I'm sure somebody's going to be in front of a supervisor. These people.
So it sounds like it was like the last tram, the last ride down the mountain before, because it was employees and restaurant workers for the restaurant up at the mountain peak.
Yeah, the first one's up, last one's down.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting seeing the video of how they got them out of there with the helicopters. I'm sure the Air Force was involved with their pararescue school.
All right. Well, heat wave. It sounds to me like you've probably you're in that little zone. You're losing cell. Maybe ring us back up here in a bit when you get back into solid connection. But yeah, he's had he's been throwing the chains on and taking the chains off. It's been fun playing out there in the snow and the ice. Yeah, let me see here. Saw a post from a storm spotter. They're in northwest Georgia, just over, 1 mile east-southeast of Dalton, Georgia. Said thermometer says we're at 34, but it started snowing about 10 till 3 a.m., and it's coming down in sheets. Vehicles experiencing a slushy accumulation. So it's that real heavy, wet snow again. So I presume the roadways are probably just wet and maybe slushy in some areas. How low is the temperature supposed to drop there? That'd be the key. Is your altars going to ice up eventually? Some of that bitterly cold air coming your way. Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388 on a Monday morning. We've got clear lines for the first time this morning, so jump on in. We'll get our latest news update. What's happening out there around the world? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The Omicron variant now accounts for 60% of COVID cases in the United States, but it's going to get worse before it gets better, according to former FDA Director Scott Gottlieb, who appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Places that have been hard hit early, like the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, New England, Florida, parts of the Pacific Northwest, may be 2 weeks away from peaking, but the rest of the country probably faces a hard month ahead of us. I don't think you're going to start to see a national peak until we get into February, because there's parts of the country that really haven't been hard hit by Omicron yet.
Weathermen say, look out, a sneaky storm from the south will be swinging northward and strengthening to blast part of the mid-Atlantic region with a heavy dose of snow. Forecasters say severe cold and heavy snow make returning home from the holidays along Interstate 95 treacherous. Make travel plans accordingly. This is USA Radio News.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, yes, indeed. Welcome back. First show of the new year as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast about 30 minutes ago. 3:36 Eastern Time. Here on a Monday, third day of January. And, yeah, we did roll into the New Year's weekend as anticipated with lots of severe weather. Gusty winds, half-dollar size hail, record-breaking rainfall, and damaging tornadoes impacting the South and parts of the Ohio Valley. There were 3 reported tornadoes across North Georgia New Year's Eve near Worthville, Magnet, and Villarica. The National Weather Service out of Atlanta began a survey determining that a tornado did strike Newton County, Georgia. It did cause some structural damage to a middle school. A tree fell on a home, according to the Newton County Fire Department. They determined that was an EF1 tornado with 6 minor injuries. Fortunately for some, any New Year's Day or New Year's Eve tornadoes avoided areas that were hit hard earlier in December with the devastating destruction. There were some reports of half-dollar size hail in Kentucky, though. Gusty winds in Alabama blew the roofs off some chicken coops and brought down tree branches and power lines on Friday. The storms didn't stop in 2021 either, as storms with gusty winds tore through the Tennessee Valley for the first day of the new year. Kentucky's governor issued a state of emergency ahead of the storms, most likely due in part to the damage that was already done. Earlier in December, many were still recovering from the previous severe weather, making Saturday's threat particularly dangerous. There was a confirmed tornado west of Elkton, Tennessee, Saturday evening. Another tornado touched down near Hopkinsville and Olmsted, Kentucky, damaging a grain silo there, a golf course, and several other buildings in downtown areas. That was an EF2 tornado, peak winds near 115 miles per hour. Then Sunday, this past day, National Weather Service confirmed an EF1 tornado hit Madison County, Kentucky. Estimated wind of 90 miles per hour. There was a possible tornado headed towards Stevenson, Alabama, about 9 o'clock Saturday evening. So some of the reports, other states that gusty winds impacted for the first of the year: Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia. Record rainfall fell across the region Saturday, shattering rain records, particularly in Kentucky. Lexington reported 2.27 inches of rain, shattering the old record by nearly an inch, set back in 1966. Bowling Green also set a record with 2.59 inches of rain on Saturday. Other cities smashing rainfall records included Zanesville, Ohio, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Both reporting over an inch of rain for New Year's Day. And, of course, the severe weather continued on into Sunday for portions of the southeast. We've seen at least 2 preliminary tornado reports sent to the Storm Prediction Center. One of those was southern Georgia. The other was down in the Florida Panhandle region. And meanwhile, we've got wide open lines at 844-844-3388 here on a Monday morning. How was your New Year's weekend? Any big plans? I think a lot of people opted to, in light of the sheer number of COVID cases, as we did. With the daughter having come down with it last week. She tested again yesterday and came back still positive. The question was she going to be able to go back to work? And I guess that means young Rowan probably will not be going back to school today regardless, because he's supposed to be quarantining, right? And so with that, we just none of us, knock on wood to date, myself, my wife, the mother-in-law who's been with us since the wedding a few weeks ago, none of us have shown any symptoms yet. So we hope it stays that way. Meanwhile, we've got our sneaky storm system that's bringing that snow that's fallen in the south. It's creeping up, headed to the northeast, Baltimore, Washington, D.C. You're all going to finally see some snow. Richmond, Virginia. Cities along the I-95 corridor who have yet to receive any heavy snowfall this year. This snow could come down fast and furious, enough to bring several inches to part of the zone from Philadelphia to New York City. So it's all kind of coming together overnight as this storm, as we speak, is strengthening and the precip moving northward and progressively into colder air that's in place. That rain changing over to snow in Baltimore and Washington, D.C. In the core of the heavy snow, there's the potential, they tell us, for 6 to 12 inches, or even some locally higher amounts. That would most likely be eastern Virginia to the eastern shore of Maryland, much of Delaware, and southern New Jersey. How about that? New York City probably going to be on the northern edge of this storm. Little, maybe even no accumulation in the northwestern suburbs. But at the same time, you could see a moderate to heavy snow in central New Jersey and parts of Long Island. So as we were talking earlier, just a shift in the track of the storm by a few dozen miles could mean the difference in a significant accumulation, or maybe even just barely seeing even a few flakes there. All right. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. It's been a while since we've heard from Neighbor Dave. What's going on, Neighbor Dave? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I heard you guys were all quarantined. I talked to Lisa, or chatted with Lisa messaged Lisa a couple days ago and said Happy New Year, and I have some good news for you.
Good news. We like that.
And some bad. Well, and some bad news.
Oh, okay.
The good news is you don't. The good news is you don't have it and you don't want it.
Oh,
because we got it here. I've been in quarantine since last Tuesday. My test results came back Friday or Saturday, whenever, and they said I have COVID. And I feel like hell.
Really?
I feel like it hasn't changed a bit since last Tuesday. Now, we're vaccinated, but we did not get the booster. We both have, I have COVID. Teresa's is still unconfirmed because she hasn't been able to test because of the holiday weekend.
Mm-hmm.
But she's got it. She sounds just like me. She's all achy and everything. But yeah, I haven't felt better yet since last Tuesday. I'm just wondering, if I hadn't had the vaccine, they say it's supposed to lessen
exactly.
the effects.
I mean, could you be in the hospital if you hadn't had it? That's the question, right?
Right. That's the question. And, of course, we'll never know the answer. But I'm glad I did get vaccinated because I've been struggling. Like I said, since last Tuesday. I've been going to the Bengals games since 1970. Probably one of the top 3 or 4 games since the 70s was yesterday.
And you missed it.
Go. I
man. And what a big win that turned out to be. Now, I hit the sack when the Bengals had just taken the lead at 31-28, I think it was. And I said, boy, they might be able to pull the rabbit out of the hat here. So I was very surprised when I got up, and apparently they, after being down, 28-17 at the half, they came back and won 34-31.
Yeah, well, they started off down 14-0. And I was thinking, oh my God, we're going back to the old Bengals years of the 90s when the big one. But yeah, it was an exciting game. Last week's was an exciting game. But I think that's probably where I caught COVID, was at last week's game.
Mm.
You know, threw for 500 and some yards, people running up and down the aisle, slapping hands, screaming. You know, no thought of COVID in anybody's mind, including mine.
Yeah.
And 2 days later, boy, I got it. You know, I guess they'll call me tomorrow. You get this thing now called My Chart or whatever, and
correct.
they post results, the test, and then, well, I mean, I didn't need to tell me. I either had the flu, which I've had before, or COVID, and I have never been sicker in my entire life.
Wow.
I mean, you know, flus, whatever, through the years. I don't get sick a lot. I get a cold every year, but, you know, I almost never get the flu. It's probably been 8-10 years since I had it. And it has never, nothing has ever hit me like this in my entire life.
Now, have they got you? Do they have you on anything? I mean, like hydroxychloroquine? Have they given you anything that they offer, like the remdesivir or the monoclonal antibodies, or
well,
nothing?
no. I tested on Thursday, and they were closed from Thursday night to Sunday. I don't even know how I got the result put in my chart. They didn't tell me I had to quarantine or anything. I mean, you know, you kind of know from watching and listening to everybody what the protocols are.
Mm-hmm.
But no, they haven't offered anything. Now, I expect they'll call me tomorrow. And if they don't, I'm sure as hell going to call them and say, "What, you know, is there anything to relieve the symptoms?" Because like I said, I've never felt this bad in my entire life.
I mean, yeah, you like myself, we've been smoking for many years. Is it breathing? Are you struggling to breathe, kind of thing?
I don't want to say struggling. I'm going to say it's more difficult, but not excessively bad.
Just
you know what I mean? I mean, I can breathe.
Kind of feel like you're out of breath a little bit. I mean, they say the one thing you really want to monitor is your oxygen level. You can get one of those little oxygen detector things to put on your finger like they do at the hospital. I think they sell them at the pharmacy, and they're not very expensive. But that's what you're supposed to watch. If your oxygen starts dropping down, I don't know how low. If you get into the low 90s, and especially like upper 80s, right, you're in trouble. You know. Right.
But I'm quarantined. How the hell am I supposed to go buy anything?
Yeah, that's a valid point.
I guess you could have it delivered. You know, I guess they do probably deliver stuff.
Yeah.
But I've never used the service like that. I don't use DoorDash or anything.
Yeah, me either.
You know, maybe the La Rosa's pizza delivery guy comes here, but I'm not sure he stops at Walgreens. So, I don't know. It's been a struggle. It's been a struggle this week. My daughter has been dropping off care packages of food, which is nice. You know, but I can't hardly even eat. And you know I like to eat.
A lot, yes.
That's
one of his favorite things.
Yeah, I've always been a big eater. I'm lucky. I bet I'm not eating a quarter of what I do in a normal day.
Wow.
Maybe not even that much. I got no appetite. I got no nothing. No drive, no anything. It's, you know, I always wondered. I mean, I didn't wonder if this was real or not, because too many people have died, and that would be ridiculous not to believe in it. But, you know, I'm on the docks in Chicago a couple times a week. I've never been shy about going anywhere, whether it's out to dinner. We've been out to dinner.
Yeah.
And now I know this is and I know for a lot of people, this is supposed to be the mild one, right? This, what is it, Omnicare?
If you got the Omicron, I mean, the Delta strain's still out there. See, the reports we're hearing this morning on the news says 60% of all the cases are Omicron, but that would mean there's still 40% that may be the Delta or the original strain. And, you might have the Delta strain. Who knows?
Right. And I'm hoping tomorrow when everything reopens and I talked to him, it said I had COVID and then it had an A after that, but I don't know what the A means. So I don't know. I'm guessing they'll probably call me tomorrow. And if not, I was sure as hell call them. Because, I'm thinking, this won't be too bad. I'll have it for a day or two. And that's not quite the case. And then Teresa started about 2 days after I did. I guess she started Thursday or Friday. And she's, excuse me, she's a smoker also. So, you wonder, is the smoking causing it to be worse?
Mm-hmm.
I have diabetes. I have high blood pressure. They're under control through medication, but, this has just been a real eye-opener. So who knows? But I just thought I'd call in. It has been a while. Like I said, I've chatted with Lisa a few times or messaged with her. And, I listened to the show. But not from work, apparently, for a little bit longer.
You hadn't been in and out of Chicago for a few days. You still making that run when you're working, right?
Yeah, well, I haven't been there since the Monday before Christmas. And that was because I went in. I was going to go in that Wednesday and said, if I get stuck up there on the day before Christmas Eve, I'm going to be pulling my hair out.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't, and then I went in last Monday because I didn't find out I had didn't start feeling bad till Tuesday. Felt great Monday. And we don't deliver directly to the airlines, but we delivered to the freight forwarders that delivered to the airlines up there. I had an almost empty truck. So Mike said, if you don't feel like running, obviously they were going to lose a lot of money on that run if I ran. I said, hell, I'll take another day off. I said, I'll go up Wednesday, which would have been, I go up Monday, Wednesday, or Sunday, Tuesday. And I haven't been back since. And so far as I know, none of the people I came in contact with Monday at VR, that reminds me, I want to tell you something else too. You remember Spaghetti Cowboy?
Spaghetti Cowboy.
Used to call in?
Yeah.
Hey, he used to call it. Him and I work at the same place. I never knew that. I don't know how long he's been there. I'm just a contractor.
Yeah.
But I guess the boss told him, that we're friends. I've known the boss there for years, or the owner. And he said, I heard you listen to the Steve Sommers or know Steve Sommers. And I said, yeah, I know him a little bit. Know the family.
Yeah, right.
And he, yeah. He said, well, I'm Spaghetti Cowboy. And it didn't dawn on me right away who it was. And, but he writes songs and all that. And, anyway, he said he'd call in. Of course, I talked to him last Monday and he hadn't called in yet, but said it's been probably 3-4 years, I guess, since he called in. But, yeah, you talk about small world and, run into people. I heard that email you got. I think you read it about the 1 o'clock hour. I don't remember the fellow's name, but apparently went to Big Moose party.
Yeah, that was
for Christmas.
Jim, yes.
Yeah. Small world. He didn't know any of those people. Now he knows everybody, and I'm sure he'll be a constant listener when he can. But just, small world. Small world. So how's things with you guys other than quarantine?
Aside from that, everything going well. Like you said, I mean, I think about it every day. I mean, I've been weighing the pros and the cons to get the vaccine or not get the vaccine, and I keep leaning towards no. But I don't want to get cocky about it and then come down with COVID.
Well, you've never been cocky about it. You just said you didn't think it was right for you. That's, Beth got it, though, and that's worrisome.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess Lisa told me she really hasn't been that ill with it, kind of off and on, more one day on.
When she first came down with it, she went to bed fine one night. She had been over here, doing a load or two of laundry or something. And then that morning when she woke up, she said she had a headache and some chills. And then her lower back and her legs hurt so bad that she couldn't even hardly stand up. She couldn't get up. And I guess it was about noontime or something. Rowan called and said, I'm worried about my mom. My mom's really sick. She can't get up. And then Lisa ended up taking her to the hospital that day. And I think they went they went to Mercy West first, and there was hours and hours of waiting. And Beth's like, I can't do this. I can't wait. We got to go somewhere else. And I think they took her to the fire department here to check her vitals. And they thought she might have kidney stones based on her conditions. But anyway, they put her in the squad and took her down to Good Sam and tested her for everything: pregnancy test, influenza A, influenza B, and I guess. And she came back positive for the COVID, and they pretty much just sent her home.
Right. Yeah. Well, I didn't have my test results. I went to Good Sam to get tested. That's where my physician is. And, they tested me. I was surprised they let me in to test me. I thought they would send me to one of these remote places.
Where you stay outside,
but they took me right in. Yeah. So they're not treating it at the hospital like they did the first round of it.
Yep.
Because you couldn't even walk into the hospital. But they tested me and said, okay, well, we probably won't have your results till Monday because we're closed for the weekend. Not the hospital, but I guess that department.
Yep.
And then on Saturday, I got the results on my chart. I got a notification or whatever that I had a new thing on my chart. But like I said, they didn't have to tell me. I knew. Pathetic.
So she felt bad for a day or two, and then she started feeling better like New Year's Eve. She didn't go out or anything. She's done her correct thing, staying in quarantine. And I guess she was feeling a little better yesterday, and she tested again. Now she just, yesterday she did the home test, the Binex or whatever that we got at like CVS, and came back positive again. So she's still got enough of the virus in her to test positive.
Right. So she's still in quarantine.
Correct. Yep.
I guess Rowan can't go to school. Now, how's your mother-in-law? Is she okay?
Yep. She's been with us. She's doing all right. So.
Weren't you supposed to take her home like a week ago or something?
It was supposed to be over the New Year's weekend, and we bumped that to next weekend. Okay. And hell, we may have to bump it again. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, because there in Georgia, we were supposed to stay with Gail and Monroe. They had come up here for the wedding as well, and Monroe came down with it shortly after he got back down to Georgia. Then Myra's been kind of sick as well. Now, for whatever reason, she refuses to test, but she's sick, and it's almost assured that she got it because obviously she was at the wedding. That was her son's wedding, so
right. Yeah, how was the wedding? I saw a couple pictures of Max and his bride.
It was beautiful, wonderful wedding. There was a pretty cool location there, but it was a lot of people packed and stacked. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, that's how the Bengals game was, you know.
I mean, standing in line, waiting to get drinks and all that. They had the one area. I mean, there was probably 250 people in an area that was pretty close quarters. So,
right now in my row, you know, I have 4 tickets. Steve, the one that worked on one of your cars, he's got it. The girl next to him, which is my friend's soon-to-be daughter-in-law, I guess, she got sick but tested negative for it, but I don't know if she took a second test or not.
Mm-hmm.
And then fourth person in our row, he was not sick. He was not sick, but he had COVID earlier. I'm going to say it was probably 6 months ago or something. And he had COVID, so he may still have natural immunities to it.
Right. But,
you know, I don't know. I didn't get to the game yesterday. Maybe there was nobody in our section, for all I know. But just a nightmare. But what are you going to do?
Yeah, well, I hope you start feeling better soon. I mean, the least you can do is, you know, they say pump the vitamin D, pump the zinc. There's something quercetin with a Q, quercetin. I don't know how to pronounce it. That you're supposed to take. That's like it's all in the vitamin section, but those are all supposed to help boost your immune system.
Right. Yes. Somebody texted me something about probiotics too, which I know nothing about. But they also said the zinc and
vitamin D,
the D and C,
and vitamin C.
Said,
vitamin C.
Good.
Yeah. I mean, those are all things you can do without a prescription if you don't have them in the house, right? Okay.
Right. You know, and I take a vitamin every day. It's got some of all that stuff in, I'm sure. But yeah, I'm just sitting here waiting to feel better.
Wow.
You know, I thought for me, when you hear that stuff about the Omicron, well, yes, I'm vaccinated. It's just going to last a couple of days. Well, I'm not quite that lucky this time. So we'll see. But I'm not in the hospital. You know, I'm sitting here in my bathrobe and my slippers and listening to the show. So all's good in the world as far as I'm concerned once I get over this.
Just feeling like crap in general. Oh, well, Happy New Year, Dave. I got to get to my news break, but hey, it's good to hear from you. One of these days, we'll get together again. All right, we get our final hour just ahead. Hey, plenty of room for you. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The Omicron variant now accounts for 60% of COVID cases in the United States, but it's going to get worse before it gets better, according to former FDA Director Scott Gottlieb, who appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Places that have been hard hit early, like the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, New England, Florida, parts of the Pacific Northwest, may be 2 weeks away from peaking, but the rest of the country probably faces a hard month ahead of us. I don't think you're going to start to see a national peak until we get into February, because there's parts of the country that really haven't been hard hit by Omicron yet.
Weathermen say, look out, a sneaky storm from the south will be swinging northward and strengthening to blast part of the mid-Atlantic region with a heavy dose of snow. Forecasters say severe cold and heavy snow make returning home from the holidays along Interstate 95 treacherous. Make travel plans accordingly. This is USA Radio News.
You know, if you feel like you're stuck with a healthcare plan that isn't affordable or you simply don't like it, right now is a great time to switch to MediShare. The typical family saves $500 or more per month with MediShare, and what's more, they like it. MediShare has double the customer satisfaction rate when compared to health insurance. Double. You get access to a massive network of providers and 24/7 telehealth. And MediShare is the most trusted name in healthcare sharing. It's been around for more than 25 years. And it's more than just affordable health care, too. You get to be part of a community of Christians who pray for each other and support each other. But here's why now is the time to make the switch. Join before January 15th, and they'll waive your new member fee. So you'll save another $170 right off the bat. Call now. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline is January 15th, so you can save even more. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Thousands of air travelers are facing another day of flight cancellations or delays. Jeremy Scott reports.
More than 2,000 flights a day in or out of the United States over New Year's weekend were canceled. Thousands more delayed due to the winter weather and staffing shortages.
Our flight was at 6:30 this morning, and we waited, and the crew supposedly didn't show up.
WDIV television talking to travelers at Detroit Metro Airport.
I've been canceled twice this morning, and by the way, the agents, they've been very helpful under very trying conditions.
Chicago's O'Hare International and Denver International Airport feeling the most impact with flight cancellations.
One of the 3 people reported missing in the Marshall Fire in Colorado has been found alive. A man from Louisville who was unaware he was reported missing. Search crews continue to look for 2 people who are still unaccounted for. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
A woman who became ill during a flight had to make some tough choices when she realized she had the coronavirus.
A passenger on a flight from Chicago to Iceland says she had to quarantine in the airplane bathroom for 3 hours following a positive COVID test. Marissa Fadio says despite having received 2 negative tests prior to takeoff, she started feeling sick mid-flight and took a test that came back positive. She then decided to stay in the bathroom for the remainder of the flight to safeguard the health of the rest of the passengers. After landing in Iceland, she was sent to a Red Cross hotel for a 10-day quarantine. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
New Mexico officials have rescued all 21 people who were trapped in tramway cars near Albuquerque overnight on Friday during icy conditions. The passengers had been trapped in 2 different cars while descending the Sandia Peak tramway. Officials say they had to suspend the rescue until the severe weather cleared. The passengers were all employees of the tram and a restaurant on the peak, and that the tram cars were stocked with emergency heating blankets, food, and other supplies. Those spending the night there showed pictures on social media. The local fire department said in a statement on Twitter that everyone who had been trapped on the tram had finally been rescued. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Go back for our final hour here. First official show for the brand new year. Welcome into 2022, right? Hope you enjoyed the weekend. COVID-free, unlike neighbor Dave and so many others. Just amazing, for the longest time. And when this whole COVID thing began, I didn't know anyone who had come down with it. And I know a lot of people now who have or have had it and just won't seem to go away. Yeah, when does the next variant rear its ugly head? I guess that's the next question. I saw where they're saying the deer population. They're concerned that it is widespread in the deer population, and what if it mutates in wildlife? That may be the next concern, they say. Scientists swabbed the nostrils of white-tailed deer in Ohio, and they found evidence of at least 6 separate times that humans spread the COVID to the deer. They're saying now how they know it came from a human. About 1/3 of the deer sampled had an active or recent infection. Similar research in Iowa, tissue from roadkill and hunted deer found widespread evidence of the virus. Research suggests the coronavirus could be taking hold in a free-ranging species. Of course, there's about 30 million deer in the U.S. No cases of spread from deer to humans have been reported yet, but they say it's possible. It's a reminder that human health is intertwined with the animal world, and inattention to other species could prolong the pandemic. All right, widespread sustained circulation in deer could represent a risk to people if, as I said, if mutations in deer created a new variant. A population of wild animals harboring the virus could also retain variants that are no longer circulating among humans now and reintroduce them to the human population. A virologist at Penn State University says that the sheer possibility that these things are happening and is unknown is quite unsettling. We could be caught by surprise with a completely different variant. Okay. What's the next page in the COVID saga? All right, meanwhile, back to the calls here, and I believe, is this John wants to say Happy New Year. Happy New Year, John.
Happy New Year, Steve. Glad we all made it. I don't know where that's going. I never heard that before about the deer getting COVID.
Yeah.
Oh, well. I don't know. I'm just glad to make it to the new year. We'll see where it goes from here. Hey, when are you going to have Chris on next? You said something, I think, last week about it, but I can't remember what you said. Is it going to be later this week?
It is. He is slated to join us this Thursday morning, yes.
Oh, okay, good. I might try to get in there and ask him a question. Hey, I don't get a chance to listen all the time. I miss part of it, but I haven't heard Knuckle Buster in a long time. Where's he been hiding?
He did dial us up in the first hour this morning. Now, he was off for much of December. He was out for about 3 weeks, and so he just back out on the road tonight. He did call, though.
Oh, okay, good. Good to hear. Glad he's doing good. I always enjoy listening to him and some of the other guys calling. I'm not that much of a yacker, so I don't always have that much to say, but I left the house a little over an hour ago, and I'm heading back up there back to work. I got a long commute. And so I thought I'd chime in just for a minute or two.
Well, I appreciate that. Your New Year's weekend go well?
Yeah, I sat in the house for 2 days.
Okay.
I lived down there by St. Louis. It was real rainy Saturday. I didn't go out anywheres, and we had a couple people over yesterday, and so we just sat inside and visited. Had a little lunch, and that was about it. Took it easy. I probably should have got out, went to the gym, got some exercise. I feel a little guilty about that. Started off, I didn't make any resolutions or nothing like that, but there's always the need to get out and get a little more exercise. I'll be sitting in a truck all week again. I won't get any exercise there, so I wish I would have done that, but with the cold front dropping down, the rain and all that, we didn't. Once it got below freezing, we didn't really get any precipitation around the house there, so everything's dry. But I just didn't feel like going out anywhere.
I don't blame you.
So
That's kind of like we opted to stick close to home, and yeah, there you go. Well, hey, thank you very much. Well, good to have you with us. Be safe out there, John, and Happy New Year to you. All that good stuff. And it's 844-844-3388. Hey, I'm looking at the radar here, and let me see, from, say, Wilmington, Delaware, to Baltimore, down to Harrisonburg in Virginia. Yeah, that's the transition from rain to snow has begun. Looks like it's still rain in Alexandria. You're right on the edge of the transition there. But say from Alexandria down to Charlottesville and Roanoke, there's some heavy rain, and you're just pretty much socked in over eastern Virginia, from Richmond to Virginia Beach, on down into much of North Carolina, from Kitty Hawk to Greenville to High Point to Hickory and all the way over to Asheville. It's all rain at this hour. But again, the transition to snow beginning to take place there in northern Virginia on up into parts of Maryland at this hour. Let's check in with Kentucky Ken. Hey there.
Hey, Happy New Year to you, Steve, and all the overnight crew. I'm up in Parsons, West Virginia, waiting to get unloaded. So, everything going well? Sounds like it.
Going well in our neck of the woods, yeah. So have you seen any snow there? Parsons, it looks like, it looks like it should be snow in there now.
It is. It's a real light snow. I left Kentucky yesterday hoping to beat it, but they don't start receiving until 7, so I just sort of woke up and listened to you overnight, of course, and then woke up to check things out, and it's just now starting to come down a little bit. But
okay.
We'll get through it. It was mainly rain coming up through the mountains. One thing I did do this weekend, though, with all the uptick in the natural gas and all this stuff Duke just announced, I did install a pellet stove that is phenomenal. Before I left yesterday, I turned the furnace off, left the blower on the furnace, and it was 73 degrees in the house. And I'm really impressed. I don't know if you're familiar with those. It burns little wood pellets, but
right.
It's
yes. And the wood pellets, they're not all that expensive, right?
No, they're. I'm going to buy a skid when I get back. I had to take out the insert of the fireplace because I burn mainly firewood. I live in a cabin, and long story short, with me being gone all week, it's very difficult if the weather was bad or what have you to get enough wood on the porch to burn and blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, well, this is an option. And the pellets were $4.40 a bag, I think, for a bag of 40 pound bag. And that lasts about 8 to 10 hours, depending on how you burn it. The stove I got holds about 120 pounds. and I put in a bag about 6 in the morning yesterday, and then my wife put a bag in last night. So, but it's full. But she said she's overly impressed. It really throws out some heat, and I'm hoping I can keep that daggone furnace out. We'll see, because I know it's getting colder at home tonight. You guys are going down to 20s, aren't you?
Yeah, it's been holding at about 29 outside the bunker here. At the forecast, we were supposed to go down to about 20, but I don't know. It's been overcast, cloudy. I think that's kind of holding a little bit of a blanket in the atmosphere. When those clouds begin to break, it's going to go down, I think.
Yeah. How bad is it supposed to get up near the Parsons area on my way back towards Kentucky? That's where I'm going next. I got to go pick up a load after I unload.
You're not even under a winter weather advisory. I think you're just, you got to get down into, the southern half of West Virginia where they have winter weather advisories. Southern Virginia, West Virginia, the southernmost reaches is where they got some winter storm warnings. So I think, you're probably going to be okay. You're a little bit north of the heavy stuff.
Now, that breaks my heart. You know that.
I bet it does.
All right, Steve. Well, welcome to 2022. Let's hope for a better and get rid of this COVID crap and move on with it.
All right. Good luck out there. Safe travels. Now, don't forget, all it takes is just a little glaze. You get that quarter of an inch. If the road's not treated and you pack it down, it can turn into a sheet of ice. The heavy stuff, I'm looking here, central and eastern portions of Virginia over into southern Maryland, they're looking to get hammered. Let's see. Winter storm warning in effect until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Heavy snow, 5 to 10 inches, with amounts 8 to 14 inches along the Blue Ridge Mountains. So central Virginia, the Potomac Highlands of Virginia, and the Blue Ridge Mountains. A mixture of rain, sleet, snow, changing to all snow by 6 a.m. The heaviest snow will be falling through the morning hours there. So like I said, that transition just kind of taking place. Flip over here. What's the latest out of D.C.? This is directly D.C., District of Columbia, Prince George, Anne Arundel, southeast Montgomery, central and southeast Howard, Manassas, that Horse Feathers was asking about earlier. It looks like they've bumped up your forecast. Heavy snow, total accumulations 5 to 10 inches. The heaviest amounts most likely near and south of US 50. This is the Washington metropolitan area, portions of northern Virginia and Washington, D.C. Heaviest snow between 5 and 8 a.m. this morning. And, of course, the heaviest snow, I take that back. The transition to all snow takes place between 5 and 8 a.m., the heaviest snow, then through early in the afternoon. Sounds like the morning commute around our nation's capital may be just a mess, as if it's not on any other day, but... Well, speaking of Extreme Weather Chaser 1, have you seen the change?
Yeah, that all happened out here around Manassas. Isn't that the way you say it? Manassas, Virginia?
Right.
I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, I don't know, about half hour, 45 minutes ago, we've been watching the temperature change from about 37 down to about 34 now. We got these big white puffy flakes and cruising down the highway here. It feels like you're in, Star Wars or Star Trek there. You know how you got the little star when you go into warp speed and you got the stars coming by you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the headlights shining into the snowflakes there. That's about what it feels like right now. So, but roads are all good. They're still wet. Plenty of road spray. No problems with traction. But the grassy areas are starting to get covered up. Starting to cover up the grass, turning white. So probably won't be long that, we'll have the problems with the ramps, bridges, overpasses, stuff like that there where you get the air underneath can let the bottom side chill, but they'll probably start getting a little slick. But hey, they got a bunch of salt shakers out here. They at least did that. Doesn't appear as if they did any pre-treating. I think they were worried about the amount of rain that was going to happen before the snow.
That would just wash it
so
off.
I don't think. Yeah, so I don't care for the pre-treating anyways. I don't know what that pre-treating does to the snow, but it always seems like the roads I'm on that have been pre-treated, they seem to ice up faster than the ones that aren't pre-treated. So I don't know what it does, and then when you get a decent amount of snow on them and it starts mixing, somehow or another the snow consistency changes with that pre-treatment. And I don't feel you get the traction in the snow that you do in just the normal salting operations. So I don't know. It's just maybe I just can't change with the times, Your Honor. Maybe I like doing it the old way. You mix some snow and sand, mix some salt and sand, or salt and used to use the fly ash there from the coal burning. Oh, we don't have any of that anymore because we can't burn coal to generate electricity, do we?
Right.
Boy, we used to put that down on the highway. It made the cars look pretty ugly all winter. The cars that turned black from that fly ash. But I'll tell you what, that was some of the best stuff they put down. That darkness would draw the sun in and really help the salt work to melt the snow. So, but yeah, we're really looking forward to that. So it's coming down. The thing is as I say, we're just getting a transition from the rain to the snow here in this last half hour. So these flakes coming down here, they're about the size of golf balls, and it's putting down a decent share of them. I don't know, looking forward to the real heavy stuff coming in there after 8 o'clock. That'll just be wonderful for me going back up because I'm going here from Manassas. I got to go all the way down to Richmond there to find my next load to head back up into Southern Maryland there. So I'll be coming right back up into Charles and Prince George and all those St. Mary's County, all in Southern Maryland, trying to get back to Northern Maryland to go home. So I guess we'll have to see how all that works out there later in the day.
You may have an interesting run today. I mean, if they get 10 inches, I mean, again, it's undoubtedly coming down at that rate. Eventually, it's going to start covering the roads.
Yeah, no, without a doubt, it's gonna. So, as I say, it's already pushing onto the shoulders right now in the grassy areas. But yeah, I'm hoping I'll be home hopefully by I don't know, like 10, 11 o'clock if everything works out halfway decent. We'll see how things go. I don't foresee a lot of problems with the highways themselves. It'll be how many people decide to venture out. But the one good thing is I'm sure they're already closing all the schools, and a few of the schools were already delayed a couple days anyways because of the COVID. So so that means when they close the schools, a lot of people stay home. There's a lot of people that they get what do they call that? There's a special term they call that. They can stay home because of the weather. I'll remember it here sometime later on down the line. But anyways, hey, do you want me to put out there something that's probably agitate a lot of people, make people think, and like Grump said, it's just my opinion. You remember last week there, Gilligan called in, and he was talking about that accident that his friend witnessed, that they had the two trucks side by side, turtle racing, and they had to get around one on the shoulder, and it ended up they didn't get around the one on the shoulder.
Yes, sir.
And they got to try to stop for a light. Can we do it? Oh yeah, no problem. All brakes, stop for a light. No problem. The roads are fine. So anyways, the 3 or 4 of them all got tangled up and into a mess, and Gilligan was blaming the truck in the left lane for not yielding to the one in the right lane to make space. And you just got done reporting for Florida there that when you're in your lane and you can't get over, you have to slow down at least an extra 20 miles an hour. And if there's something blocking your lane, you would have to stop. You wouldn't be able to continue through. So I know Gilligan wasn't happy with the truck in the left lane, but
The guy in
I kind of feel the truck in the
guy
left
in the
lane
right
had
lane should have been. I mean, if the speed limit was 65, he was supposed to be doing no more than 45 by the time he got to that truck.
Exactly. If there's somebody on your left side, no matter if they're doing a half mile an hour or a quarter mile an hour, your speed, they're in the right to be out in the left lane to pass you, no matter if it takes 100 yards or 100 miles. It's their prerogative to be out there to pass you. So the truck in the right lane, if you have something on your shoulder, then you have to slow down, or if it's in your lane, then you have to stop or avoid it somehow. You can't expect the guy in the left lane to do it.
Yep.
Now, if it was the other way around, it was in the left shoulder, I wouldn't expect the truck in the right lane to yield his position to the truck in the left lane. So anyways, I'll probably get a lot of controversy about that, but
I don't know, but that's
just my opinion, right?
That is the rule, and across the board, I mean, every state that I'm aware of, the slow down rule is the get over rule is if you can't get over, you got to slow. At least it's 15 to 20 miles below the posted speed limit. So yeah, the truck in the right lane, if they had slowed 20 miles an hour below the posted speed limit, I'd say undoubtedly the truck in the left lane sure as hell would have been well ahead of him, probably with enough time for him to have gotten on over in line behind that truck. I'm just guessing. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The Omicron variant now accounts for 60% of COVID cases in the United States. But it's going to get worse before it gets better, according to former FDA Director Scott Gottlieb, who appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
Places that have been hard hit early, like the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, New England, Florida, parts of the Pacific Northwest, may be 2 weeks away from peaking, but the rest of the country probably faces a hard month ahead of us. I don't think you're going to start to see a national peak until we get into February, because there's parts of the country that really haven't been hard hit by Omicron yet.
Weathermen say, look out, a sneaky storm from the south will be swinging northward and strengthening to blast part of the mid-Atlantic region with a heavy dose of snow. Forecasters say severe cold and heavy snow make returning home from the holidays along Interstate 95 treacherous. Make travel plans accordingly. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, the founder of Youngevity and veterinarian physician, and I'm the guy that figured out the cause, prevention, and cure of cystic fibrosis. I'm the guy that found the cause, prevention, and cure of muscular dystrophy, and then I figured out the cause and prevention of sudden death syndrome. You don't hear about those three diseases anymore because in federal lawsuits, we were able to force the manufacturers of baby formulas to put these nutrients in the baby formulas. And those three diseases, cystic fibrosis and muscular dystrophy, were not genetic diseases. They were just simple nutritional deficiencies. Sudden death syndrome, crib death, was not due to mother laying on the babies. Only 2% of the babies were in bed with their mothers when they died. 98% were in cribs. We had that nutrient put into the baby formulas, and we ended crib death. 20 years ago, one child died of crib death per 100 normal births. Today, it's 1 per 3,000 normal births. And if everybody would give all the 90 essential nutrients to these kids, none of them would die. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, back on a Monday. Good to have you on board. Happy New Year, right? Welcome to 2022. Hey, we're going to kick off the new year right where we left off the old year with prices rising. Well, if the announcement from IKEA is any sign, it looks like, the furniture conglomerate IKEA is raising prices by an average 9%. Increasing transportation and production costs. According to the report, they're on New Year's Eve. Unfortunately now, for the first time since higher costs have begun to affect the global economy, we have to pass on those increased costs to our customers. According to the retail operations manager, they had previously said they were leasing more ships, buying containers, and rerouting goods between warehouses to try to mitigate the supply chain disruptions. But circumstances have forced the company to pass the cost on to consumers. Now, they did say regional variations in inflation would reflect different commodities and different supply chain issues in varying areas. We continue to face significant transportation and raw material constraints, driving up cost with no anticipated break in the foreseeable future. We expect disruptions to continue far into the new year, 2022. Yep, yeah. There's your inflation numbers going to keep on rising. Big Moose, sounds like you had one heck of a shindig there on New Year's Eve.
We done pretty good. We had a couple hundred people there and had a good dinner and had a pretty good time. Got to see a lot of folks I hadn't seen in a while, and some of them I'd never seen before at all. It pretty good turnout, pretty good time.
I don't know if you were with us earlier. I shared the email from one gentleman named Jim, who, after you introduced him to the program, and I guess he talked to the likes of Pup and some of the others there, that he said he was kind of binge watching some of the podcasts over the last day or so, and he says, I will be a regular viewer.
Well, we was talking you up, buddy. We put you on that silver platter and put you on the highest pedestal we can find. Yeah, man. And he asked me, I know the fellow you're talking about there. He was, I didn't get a chance to talk to him a whole lot. I think Tex.
Yeah, Tex.
Helping them guys did quite a bit. But he was asking me about what went down at the other place. I told him, what that situation was all about. And I was telling him about Chris and how Chris goes out of his way to help us all, any way he can, put you back on the air. I told him about all the products and the stuff that I've been running. Yeah, so I think we made a believer out of him.
So I'm assuming your singing for about 5 straight hours took a bit of a toll on your voice?
Little bit.
A little bit. Well, he had nothing but praise for you. He said you were a machine. That you just did. I mean, he couldn't believe you. From CCR to country to Elvis to Procol Harum, and he was really impressed. Apparently, he was a local that just came across one of the flyers you put out and said, "I talked to the wife, and we just thought we'd just check it out."
Yeah, he come to find out. Like I said, I didn't know the guy. Till now, know him now, but he actually only lives about a mile from me, and he just happened to see a flyer down there at the hamburger stand. I always put a flyer up down there, about Thanksgiving time. He ran across that, stopped in to see us. Well, so that's what it's all about. That's the reason we put the flyers up, so it worked out pretty good. And Tex come up and spent the weekend. He was a big help getting everything together. And he stuck around. And Farmer come up and for the show, and he stayed. And Pup and Julie come down. And we went over and got the Ken, man. He's getting up there in age. He's about 90 years old now. He was a driver, but Lord, he retired, 40 years ago. I think he retired in like 82 or 3, but he's still around, and he come out, and we had to go get him and take him back because he can't see good enough to drive at night. So, and it gets dark at 4:30 now, so I had to go get him, bring him to the show, and then we took him home afterward. But that wasn't no big deal. We were glad to have him with us another year anyway.
That's great.
Yeah, I hadn't had a chance to call in. Hadn't been doing a whole lot, and haven't been burning the midnight oil much lately. But I had to get out and do a little running this morning. And I said, I got a few minutes. I better call him, let him know we're still above ground anyhow.
Oh, I'm glad to hear from you. Like I said, I think Pup sent me a picture of. How did he put it? It was 100 and something years worth of trucking. It was Hillbilly Tex, you, and 2 other guys. I don't know. I guess that was Pup and who was the other?
Farmer.
Farmer. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Tex, Farmer, me, and Pup. Yeah. And I'm glad all them guys come up. Old Tex, poor old Tex, he had to fight the storms and the fog coming up, and he said, man, he said, I hate to leave good company, but I'm going to have to get out of here. He said, I'm going to hit them storms again. And he took off there Saturday morning and hit every one of them going back south. So he had to go and coming, but I sent him back with a load. I had old D Rangers rebuilding an Oldsmobile down there, and I had no Oldsmobile engine up there that he was wanting. So we took the Bobcat and stuck it in the back of Tex's truck. And so when Tex got home, D Ranger went up from Georgia and met Tex at his place. He grabbed that motor and rolled back to Georgia. So we had a pretty productive weekend.
Well, that's good to hear. Well, I'm glad everything went well. Sorry we didn't get to come up and join you, but we're the quarantine people.
Well, I heard that. Well, there's always next year. Of course, that is if Uncle Joe don't confine us to quarters, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I tell you what, Steve, with the way the world's going right now, nothing surprises me anymore. You know, You get these people, these politicians talking out both sides of their face, and you can't believe anything that the news is reporting on. You know, because everything's so biased and one-sided. You know, and the stuff that the media is allowing certain people to get away with that they would have absolutely crucified a conservative for. You know, it just shows you how phony the whole thing is. And that dumbass Fauci gets on there, and I tell you what, that man's got diarrhea of the mouth. I get so sick of listening to him, you know, and talking about these going into these restaurants. If you're only going to be in there 9.5 minutes, you don't have to have a vaccine card. But if you're going to sit down for 10 minutes, then we got to see your vaccine card. You need to wear a mask.
How ignorant is that? That is just that's asinine.
Well, I seen there was one guy on there talking and said that the average human sneeze was like 0.0378 seconds is what it takes a human to sneeze. And that sneeze can, you know, put X number of these virus-infected droplets into the air. And even if you're wearing a mask, you know, some of them still come through there. So, you know, if you can sneeze that fast, even if you went in there and picked something up, you know, you can sneeze a hell of a lot of times in 10 minutes, you know. I don't know. The whole thing doesn't make sense, you know, and that's what I say. This ain't nothing but mind manipulation. It's a fear mongering. It's, you know, it's all about control tactics, and they've proven time and time again. It's do as I say, not as I do, you know. And but here's the best part of it. I mean, if there is a good side to it, I don't have to deal with this crap much longer. You know, I've hit a pretty good lick. I can't complain about it. And you know, basically now anything now is just a bonus anyway. You know, got the kids grown, got, you know, everything taken care of, and I'm just waiting for the dirt to hit me in the face, so I really don't care. But if somebody don't get a handle on this crap real soon, this generation coming on is going to be in a world of hurt, you know. So, but anyway, I see we're getting pretty close, and I know you need to take another 2-minute break before you step out for the evening. But
okay.
Just wanted to call and say hey, and keep the Twixer spotted and solid, and I'll try to get in there a little earlier tomorrow.
All right. Happy New Year, Big Moose. Had a big time over the weekend. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, speaking of Knuckle Buster, hey there, what's going on?
Yeah, thanks for taking me back a second time, Mr. Steve Sommers. I need to remind you, tell me not to take so long off at one time. This first trip back is kicking my butt.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm 100 miles from Laredo, Texas, which is right down there on the U.S.-Mexican border there. And it's 29 degrees. I might have to buy some Hot Shot Secret out of jail, some everyday diesel treatment, some Stiction Eliminator, and I'll put the code Overnight Drive in the box when I check out there and get my 10 to 20% discount from Mr. Chris there. And he is still giving free shipping, right?
I'm not sure on everything. I know if you get like a $60 code, you do, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, don't hold that to me, people there. And y'all make sure you buy some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products, too. The baseball cap, travel mugs, and especially you women buy them T-shirts. And when you got that T-shirt on there, make sure you leave your headlights on there. So we like seeing Steve's name standing up there all nice and perky looking. I read one time, Steve, that you can give your dog COVID, but your dog can't give you COVID. I don't know how they figured that out.
Exactly.
So, and that doctor up there in Washington, D.C., isn't his name Dr. Falsey, Falsey?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I got a bone pick with you, too. Didn't you call me a moron the other day?
No.
When I said roll, tide, roll. Oh, wait a minute. No, that was an oxymoron. Okay.
Oxymoron.
I understand now. All right, Steve. Have a great morning, brother.
Thank you much, Knuckle Buster. Welcome back. Yeah. See, somebody missed you while you were gone. All right, it's 844-844-3388. What do you say, Gilligan? Happy New Year.
Oh, not much. Happy New Year. Merry New Year, in fact. Yeah, hey, I had to call in. I'm up here in the thriving metropolis of Highview, West Virginia. Horse Feathers, before he goes bitching about somebody not following the law and how the truck in the right lane is supposed to slow down and all that, you need to listen to somebody's call first. My point is this. What we run into, these drivers, there's a truck on the shoulder. It is far safer to get in the left lane. You got a truck bailing up on you. Just left for a few minutes. You see that signal light on. You see a truck on the shoulder. Just give the other driver a break. It used to be called professional courtesy. But it seems like in this industry that no longer exists. That was my point. Yes, if you're in the right lane, there's a vehicle on the shoulder. Yeah, the law is move over or slow down. It was all about courtesy. But, horsey feathers, I think, only listens about half the time. And the other half, you just don't pay half attention.
Well, I guess what his point was, if the truck in the right had slowed down 20 below the limit, that truck in the left lane would have been way in front of him by then.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I agree. But my point is, also, the driver in the left lane can give the driver in the right lane a break. I agree with his point.
Okay.
But he's here like, yeah. But the thing is, it's like, well, just slow down. Well, how about the truck in the left lane show a little bit of professional courtesy? You see what I mean? And give the guy a break. That was my point. And I don't know the whole situation. My friend seen part of the accident, but all he knew was two trucks went side by side by the truck on the shoulder and ended up causing a huge pileup.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say that was completely the problem. I don't know whether the truck in the left lane crowded him into him and maybe hit him or what. It's just it was a bad situation. It caused a huge mess, and there's too much of this. You're trying to get over because the car on the vehicle on the shoulder, which, anybody that's drove any length of time knows that it's safer for all vehicles to be in the left lane, but there's a truck stop vehicle in the right, on the shoulder,
Right.
So just give the other driver a break. That's all I'm saying. It used to be called professional courtesy, but unfortunately, that's went out the window with a lot of these new drivers. And I hate to say it, but even a lot of the old timers that's been out here so long, well, I ain't got to lift, I ain't got to do nothing, then. Used trucks should go faster or something like that. I mean, it's a crime shame. I'm not saying all the old timers, obviously. So I'm considered one of the old timers, even though I'm one of the slow trucks.
Right.
But
so did you say High Point, West Virginia? What part of the state are you in again, and how much snow you got, and what are you anticipating?
I'm in Highview, West Virginia. It's in the Eastern Panhandle. I live less than a mile from the Virginia line. I'm west of Winchester, about 20 minutes. So about 20 minutes west of Winchester. So and I have just snow. There's snow in here, but it's not sticking to the roads at all. I checked the road. I checked the road cameras, and there's nothing on the roads around Winchester yet. They're just wet. So
good deal.
Yeah, my wife just left for work. All right, Steve. Well, I thank you for having me on, and you take care of yourself.
Happy New Year.
Merry New Year to everybody.
Merry New Year. All right. And then we'll close it out on a Monday right there. And thank you so much for joining us. That wraps up program number 1 for the year 2022. Happy New Year. We'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Lots to cover. Hope you'll join us for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.